Bing bong. Louder, 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 louder. Hum, 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 hum. Swing, 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 swing. I look at the fucking cross community box today and I get depression. Hello, struggler. You get that thing I sent you? Hardcock? Is that what it is? Is it hardcock? I gotta figure out. Actually, no, I don't think I have to figure it out. I think moving the picture drives directly off of the C was actually the important thing to do. Because now I got all that space. Still got 751 gigabytes on the external. Yeah. Just need to upgrade the G drive. Okay, let's see that hard penis. See, this happened before. Horror sent me a gift, and the thing actively hid the content from me. Button. Make it smaller. Zoop. Like, it literally does not show itself inside of notifications. I do not know why it does not show itself inside notifications now. It's like it's made itself into an entirely different thing for gifts. Okay. Go to view all. Here it is. Alright, hard penis! Peter Cower! Why, thank you. And one more thing to play on the side. See how happy I look. See how happy I did like that because I didn't see you spoil it. That way I could have a proper happy reaction. Yes, thank you. I was afraid there was going to be a game that would pass me by until I had the time to pick it and Ant and Blast up. Now I have one more thing to progress myself into once I eventually work all of Balatro out of my system. And then becomes all the Clover Pit out of my system. Man, where did the time go this year? It was like all the time just was absorbed out of the year and went away and disappeared for nothing. I'm typing a message. What is on the docket today? Do you think we can cover the Minnesota scandal? I mean, haven't people covered it better than I have? But I suppose we can look into it. I didn't notice anybody make a post about it inside the server, and I figured that this would be something that was, like, obvious. But between the posts that some of you have placed and the stream ideas that have been put forward by others, I think we can definitely swing that. You have an article and or video you prefer we start with? Boop-a-doo-boop. Axel Crusher, be still my beating cock. Jesus Christ. Between you, Boster, and Alex Dragon, I feel like the world's most well-paid house Negro. I'm actually gonna fucking cry, man. Thank you. I can tell you what, that Auld Lang sure is fucking sighing right now. I wake up every day and I feel like I experience deep fucking limerence that makes me want to strangle myself and then other people as well. Not that one. Now we've done enough jazz fusion. Gotta get back on the jazz. Gotta get back on the jazz. Let's use some Altiori. Let's start here. And then we will transition. We get you. Ugh. Predecessor is starting to try and make itself into a new MOBA, and I feel like I shouldn't. Also, because I have the debate against Irrelevant, in case you missed it, I've challenged Irrelevant. I'm picking up the fucking gauntlet. I'm pulling his card. I am going to be getting myself balls deep.
There's this conversation
Into Irrelevant. And to do so, I'm going to be pulling his card in the worst way. So we're going to have to watch the inciting incident that pissed him off. So let's start there. There's plenty of things that have to happen. Now, finding the source clip in question is going to be fucking difficult, because the cut was taken from his channel. I don't know if it was cut from the video or VOD. So it's going to make it slightly difficult, but we're gonna try. Lord have mercy, or we're going to fucking try. 1, 2, 3. And then, what is the name of this Minnesota debacle? Minnesota Fraud Somali. Original content creator. No, not the Young Turks. Nick Shirley. Here we are.
Hello, we'd like to ask.
1, 2. What's the other one? That's blank slated libtard. Get Sargon in here. Boom.
So this clip is
1, 2, 3, 4. What else? Speak your voice now. Forever hold your doll in the nose. There's a massive thread on the NVIDIA AI bubble pop. Internet anarchist getting exposed as a plagiarist who steals shit. Scott Schaefer taking shots at Caleb Hammer, which I believe was the video that was already looked at. Adam McIntyre acting like a yellow cow. We've already looked into Legion Miller, and now her entire shit just fills my timeline and I can't escape her. Let's see here. We've got The War on Fanfiction from Aqua. I've already posted the influencer mom. We've got Shulon Head's The Insane World of Child Dating Apps. We have the Courtney Pete Compendium. We've got one of Signifier's biggest, blackest besties being the biracial, featuring Lil Bill. We've got The Manosphere Destroyed My Life by Patient Xena. And we also have Pillboy's most recent lolcow ditty of The Price of Self-Respect, which is probably going to get turned into a video of its own. And Michael Klitsk, I can't pronounce this, Kikici_N_SKI, so I'm pronouncing that Kaczynski? I'm not familiar with how the N tilde is supposed to be pronounced. The co-founder of CD Projekt Red and Good Old Games is acquiring GOG from CD Projekt Red. They're saying that they're keeping close operation with CD Projekt Red. This seems like a listicle for later. Let's give ourselves a heart attack and use the Manosphere and Lil Bill. Yes, let's paint ourselves with only the worst dilapidation, shall we? Those are going on the back end.
Family lawyers are now.
all right. So I'm a
Girdle yourself. The pain happens quickly. Homosexuality is great for immortality. First up, Altaori. Hypocrites insults gamers for writing pretty AI characters. Next, Asmongold TV's Women Ruin Video Games take, which is what made him pissed off, which means I need to go find his actual take from his content. Into I exposed Minnesota's billion-dollar fraud scandal into Blank Slate Guitar versus Normal Person from a COD Daily with The Manosphere has destroyed my love life. What even is biracial? And whatever else happens after that. I think that's fair. Oh, I broke my shit. Okay, I fixed my shit. That was the last one. That. Hello, whore. I'm being showered with money like a gigolo whore. The whore that I am. I'm wearing my whore colors, you see? Okay, where is Irrelevant's fucking take? No, not Irrelevant Pink. Irrelevant. 12.5, and this motherfucker's been around more than I have. Oh my god. Right winger gets ripped apart. Liberal unloads on anti-immigration. Trump steamrolled and looks weak. Career-ending broadcast for Fox News. Trump isn't recovering from this. They are praying with lies. How the fuck do you make a channel that is that fucking dog shit during a year of Trump that you can't be able to get viral hits? The leftists are in shambles. Unfortunately, it's not bringing me any fucking closer to his goddamn take. Live stream? No. Because all of this is fucking old. Jesus Christ, these thumbnails are uninspired. We're taking a bit of a sidebar here. I'm making fun of the opponent. I'm making fun of my opponent for the podcast. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. How is this? How does one find pride in this? They're more cookie cutter than I've seen most. And then he just gives up. Entirely. Up to 9 months ago. Do I have to find it on Twitch? Is that the problem? And then there's no content. No content. Of course. Classic. The fucking classic, man. I'm gonna have to fucking go hell to high water to just find the original take this motherfucker said if I don't use the one that came from the fucking platform. That's dog shit. Twitch streamers, stop hiding your fucking clips. Okay. Give me a couple seconds. I gotta go pull the original thing. Fortunately, I already have the version of the clip. So I don't have to go there for the source. Because I want to see the entire full section of what came from the original inciting incident. Because what I basically want to find is I want to find this. This is what I'm looking for. Somewhere on his content, somewhere on one of his channels. Because this looks like YouTube. So it's from a hidden YouTube stream. Somewhere in his content, he goes ranting about this video from Auld. And I need to find where this is because I do not want to get this version of his clip. I want the original fucking cut from the content. But if I don't have the cut, I can't find it. So I need to find the link. Somebody here has the fucking link. has it. Nobody 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 has it.
You know that's okay, right? Oh my
Yeah.
god.
More people from Asmongold. Haters. Blah 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 blah. Nobody has it. Nobody has it. Literally nobody has it. Thanks, Internet. You're very helpful. Fuck me in the asshole and bend me over. Why, thank you, Mr. Ordeal. Okay. Let's start.
Happening on the Twitter sphere, and it concerns people wanting video game characters to be attractive to look at. I don't even know why this has become an argument. It
Because annoying people are annoying, Altori. Because annoying people are annoying.
almost seems as though everything nowadays becomes an argument that people need to have. There is no argument necessary. One of the videos that I saw involved another YouTuber talking about the response of people online, and to him, as you can see here, not
Incels everywhere. Insulting is when you like to see attractive characters. Insulting is when you don't like characters that are working poorly. Insulting is when an attractive character is considered bad, because how dare you like an attractive character? What are you, porn-addled? Do you have porn brain? Porn brain? Porn brain? Gooner, gooner, goomer, goomer, gooner, gooner, goomer, goomer. Where is my Snuggie? Found it. It's the fucking Batty Batson edit of fucking Afton. Just you zoom in on the screen and you bring up pictures of Blue Archive and Azure Lane and Zenless Zone Zero and whatever other shit you've got, while bumping that classic fucking Iron Mouse. Gooner, 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 goomer, 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 gooner, 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 goomer, 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 gooner, gooner, gooner. You think adult women is a fetish? Gooner, 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 goomer, goomer, goomer.
not just to him, but other main members of the gaming community using AI art to fix ugly characters. It's really interesting because one of the replies or responses to this, in short, looks, as you can see here, like, what even is that? I'm not saying she has to look like that, but what is that? Like, you ever see things and it makes you viscerally mad just looking at it? It's like they were trying to piss off people by making this thing look like, what
The fuck is that?
disgusting. So this is a response to one of the many creators that were doing this, named Smash. Some of you already know him, and it's more that I'm not gonna
Why am I not surprised Smash JT was doing it?
necessarily defending Smash, but it's not like he's the only one who made this assessment, but I'm focusing on the response. I saw his response, other people were talking about it, and it's the reaction that people have towards people doing this that's really the interesting thing. Forgive me, I'm really tired right now.
Yep. In short, looks only matter to this guy. Kablot be damned, I guess. By the way, sorry to break your delusional reality, but nobody is born with makeup on their face, nor do they wake up looking like an AI bot. I asked ChatGPT to make her beautiful. Once again, Jeffrey Tarza is not going to be breaking the AI allegations. You and the Tactical Templar, at a cycle, all day, every day. Maybe if I make her a bouncing, buxing bimbo, then this is all they have to do to make sales and avoid layoffs. Guys, just make her sexy.
But as you can see in this comment, this reply, what we're going to be focusing on, starts off saying, in short, looks only matter to this guy. Plot be damned, I guess. That's not true. Looks matter to a lot of people. Things that are beautiful sell well for a reason. And anybody who tells you that they don't, they're lying. even people who will say that this character, it doesn't matter if she looks this way because they like the way she looks. There's nothing wrong with the way she looks as is. They're still admitting, even to themselves and everybody else, that looks do matter because they personally find it important the way she looks.
The thing that I don't like about this is the game developer and me talking. So, just like I did when that one user tried to come in and literally bully me about something that was very obvious as I played Unbeatable, that the design of the game should be more rhythm game and not just an endless cascade of first beginner ideas fleshed out over 4 to 5 years of making basically WarioWare / supposedly rhythm heaven. It is entirely possible and obvious that a character, it shouldn't just be a hot bimbo attractive character. It's that the default standard should not feel like I'm looking at the Carly character from Falcon and the Winter Soldier in every video game, because I must make a character ugly in order for her personality traits to come out in general, to make her someone that I would want to consume the content of. That's the first problem. I, for one, don't really care about the face, specifically on the Fable remake, because you could blame anything on anything at that point, including the render itself. I think it's immaterial, and that we are talking about things that really don't have enough context yet. Because obviously they're going to put out their first presser, then they got the reaction, then they immediately took that away, right? There was that whole older version that came with that one British comedian with the giant afro. You might have remembered him as one of the off characters from the Cornetto trilogy. Mainstay in British politics and comedy, but they moved and pivoted away from that and went into another direction entirely. They went with I Can't Believe It's Not Larian, and it was a lot better looking because she was wearing a proper outfit that looked like she belonged where she was. And instead of looking like we took a Foyd, we made her fucking ugly, and we decided to complain about it even more because we don't respect you and your intelligence. Those were the decisions and choices that we were left with, in the general sense. And it's not the first time this has been covered, specifically to Tori or anybody else in general, but there's this need, there's this burning desire that the internet has to latch onto these particular instances. Because it's like the face actor for Horizon Zero Dawn. They can't let that go, and that gets AI edited a lot. There's the ones for Laura Bailey, and the face actor for Abby. It's this way for the face actors that was given to Devil May Cry 5. And the problem is obviously not the voice actors, but specifically the people that they chose and the composition that they chose to create the adaptation of the AI in-game generated pixels that represents the character and the baseline character they used for the face model, if they use one at all. As we move forward with the development, I would like to see less of people relying on the idea that you cannot have attractive characters just cause. If the character is not generated off of like a supermodel. Because I feel like when we got into this conversation, it's got hijacked by Gamergate 2 and Stellar Blade. Because obviously, a base character can look however you want the base character to look, without sacrificing and compromising the appearance of anything else in the project. But I feel like we're going to see this really reach its peak with whatever the fuck happens next with Divinity. Because Divinity will be the case point where we're going to see a lot of people try to use this cope and basically justify being even more fucking annoying than they already are. So, hedge your bets, I suppose.
Is they're still admitting, even to themselves and everybody else, that looks do matter, because they personally find it important the way she looks. They like the way she or it looks. That is an opinion based on the character's looks. It might not be the popular opinion, I'm pretty sure it's not, but you're still admitting if you have eyes that looks matter to you. I would argue that to everybody. Every human being that has eyes, looks matter to them. I mean, it's common sense because human beings are visual creatures. We have eyes for a reason. And having eyes and telling people not to trust them or use them is stupid. Our brains evolved to prioritize what we see, and that's part of how humans evolved or survived over long periods of time. They also use it for social cues. We recognize what's beautiful and ugly as a means to decipher how we want to spread our genes. Half these women or men that are screeching loudly about other people finding women attractive will also seemingly objectify women in their private time or in other posts that they like and share, or objectify sexy men.
But you see, here's the problem, Elsa, right? In their mind, that's different because it's never been done before. We're combing new ground! Do as I say, not as I do. With a little bit of my educated horniness is elevated compared to yours. Yours is just debaucherous and completely uninspired. Therefore, you need to learn from the leader how this shit's done here. Which is probably the most annoying fucking thing you could probably say. In general. Because then it's not about whether or not we like things or dislike things. It's about whether or not you want to recognize whatever argument you want to fucking recognize. And then everyone becomes fucking annoying. Because, well, this validates my headcanon, but this one doesn't validate my headcanon. And on and on and on in a fucking circle. I, for one, already know that it's hypocritical, but these people do not care about what they know is hypocritical based on equal and even standards. It's about whether or not they can be really ingratiatingly annoying about it while they're doing it. In my taste, I feel like they need to be told to stop being retarded so that they can get over themselves. Because unfortunately, many of them do it on purpose for content to be annoying this way. Some of the most annoying ones have honestly gone the way of the dodo, and thank fucking Christ for that. But a lot of them, they are very, very irritating. And they act as though it is impossible for them to consider the norm of not being permanently online and thinking of something actually positive to say and do, versus the never-ending screeching of, it's not the same, it's not the same, it's different, my horn is different. You can't understand my fapping is on a completely unbelievable level beyond yourself. I have become a heightened and higher being. Witness my effective green. Because the lesbians do it, and that's annoying as fuck. The kissless virgins do it. And it's just as fucking annoying. The permanently online culture warriors do it. And between the ones that are obviously going to always act this way, it is a question of whether or not you really have sanity. I fear, for example, for the sanity of some people, because it's always a case of do as I say, not as I do. But I fear for the sanity of certain people in question, depending on if they actually respect themselves and others. Because no matter which way you fucking spin it, you effectively have a permanent contingency of people that, depending on the genre and the level of gooning, they will make permanent excuses about how things are special and different when they do them, so they don't have to get the same levels of criticism that you'd give to any other normal person. It just ends up being annoying at the end of the fucking day, since that means you can't tell them nothing. Because you can't tell them nothing, everything's more special. Just because they said.
People who talk about the male gaze, women in particular, will also froth at the mouth over male characters who are very attractive. I mean...
Well, it's different because it's a male character that has never been sexualized like this way before, which is the first thing. But then the second thing is that it's done spitefully and wistfully, as a form of counterintelligence.
I see it all the time on Pinterest, on Reddit. Some of these are gay guys, some of them are straight women, some of them are bi. It doesn't matter. There are always people in these comment sections who are just thirsting and saying things like, stomp me out. But
The fuck is wrong with you?
and in the literature world, or to the literature world too, they'll do this. They will foam and melt over attractive men. Oh, and especially if they're toxic or villains, oh my god, that makes it even better, so much hotter. Sorry ladies, sorry guys, this is a public space, so yeah. But they'll make comments so people, you know, in those particular stories will, you know, I guess to let some judgment against themselves and say things like, oh my god, he's so toxic, he didn't ask her for her consent. But they'll keep gobbling up the same book, talking about how it's hot and how it's problematic, but then they'll
That has more to do with the Dark Triad and the fact that they really want to get fucking bent over by a fucking vampire or some shit like that.
Like off to it. And I've written like some really fucked up scenes in some of my stories, and I don't want to give it away or connect myself to it because I want to protect my readers, because some of the situations,
One of us, 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 one of us.
it's just the gore and the, it's you know, no judgment against my readers whatsoever, because I've read stuff like that too. Whew, but some of the stuff they say, some of the stuff that these are women.
Some of the stuff this women say wouldn't put them in fucking jail as predators and assaulters and rapists, but they get off scot-free because we don't have an apparatus in society to shame them anymore. Main issue I have is when we boomerang back to the old days where crappy Korean games and mobile games get popular because of a hot chick on the game case. Hot chick on the game case, hot chick in the game cover, sexy booby skin inside of the infinite grinding material. It's why I kind of put a kibosh on playing the First Descendant. Like, yeah, the base level characters can be attractive, and yeah, the skins that you can get for them, they can be attractive too, but like, the people complaining about the skins don't actually play the video game. Thanks, Paul Tassi! But then at the same time, the people who are playing the game will make infinite excuses for unironic bad game design because, hey, at least I get to stare at the booby skin while I'm doing it. I'm sorry, if I have to choose between playing 18 hours of Path of Exile, where the skin of the character is going to be dependent upon whatever MTX I already owned and be able to buy with whatever free money I have, waiting and standing, that is a lot different than the alternative, which is that I'm playing 18 hours of the First Descendant without investing any money into skins, without investing any money past the Battle Pass, if I ever choose to invest money in a Battle Pass in any game. The only which I'm willing to actually argue is for Once Human, because like something such as the other technical SMP, but it's not an SMP, compared to Once Human being that of Don't Starve Together, the skins are forever kept by me, and I can start and use them whenever I want in a server with other people that I'm playing with, whether it be an online server, a server that I host, or a server that's being used to record content like I do for the Base Boys, or did for the Base Boys. I'm not sure that project will continue because some of the people who have been not doing what they've promised have been people involved in that. I would rather play 18 hours of PoE 2 and PoE 1 because at least the money I pay for that is eternally relevant. Because it's just a new season, it's just a new league. The skins can remain on the character, or I could buy new ones to dress up a new character because I wanted to make a new build, and I wanted to create something thematic around that build. The problem that I have at the end of the fucking day, just like what Exocrusher has, is that no matter what fucking video game it is, doesn't matter if it's the ones that I just described, doesn't matter if it's the new one that I've been learning on the side, which is Eternal Return, doesn't matter if it's fucking Mabel Story, doesn't matter if it's fucking Mabby no Guy, doesn't matter if it's Mabby Pro, the private server, or retail Mabby no Guy, just the same way that it could be if it was a private server of WoW, or WoW Classic, or retail WoW. At the end of the day, people are using money on NFTs to justify the time that they waste in the game while knowing that the shit that they're playing is fucking ass! And then they turn around and say, yes, we're saving gaming! We're saving gaming! We're saving gaming! Well, at the same time, you're not doing a goddamn thing to save online group gaming. Maybe individual single-player gaming could be saved. Because hell, the amount of DLC that you can have in a single-player game matches the exact same fucking problem. But you're gooning respectively and responsibly by yourself. I almost poked myself in the eye. It's different because you're doing it by yourself now. Right? Who are you? Who are you to get in the way of my money? I need that audio. Where's that audio? The oh yes, daddy with the poop sound. Where is it? I need it real quick. No, not that one.
Oh yes, Daddy.
That one. I need the whole thing. Where is it?
Oh yeah.
No. Curse be upon these people and their destruction of this meme. Please tell me that TikTok has it. No. No. Yes, the little coochie belongs to me meme. Not that one.
Your little pussy belongs to me.
God Christ. Is this it?
Look at me.
Lord have mercy, no. Oh, I hate people. I hate burning hatred. Burning hatred. Why can't I ever find the original version of this shit when I'm fucking trying to find it? Anyways, as I'm saying, you've got people that will say that it's different because the lolcow nature of the infinite gooner syndrome makes it different because you're doing it in a single player environment. And the unfortunate problem, because this is the issue, is that the single player shit is just as bad, if not worse, than the multiplayer shit. Because gooning by yourself and then projecting that that's different is the same level of content control as when the topic was first broached to us, in my audience, with Saffronet bringing to us Love and Deep Space, right? Because if it is basically Infinity Nikki, except it's Korean men saying how much they like you as AI boyfriends, and you witnessing animated character scenes of them potentially having the driest of sex, then it is the same connection as somebody gooning this Endless Zone Zero. But ultimately, at the end of the day, even though it is technically an online game, it is an asymptomatic experience, where effectively you're playing your own single-player file inside an environment of all the other games that you're playing it alongside and with, right? And hell, let's not pretend that mods are not a thing that's on the table of this discussion. Sure, officially licensed and owned and developed skins by the developers of said games are on the table in the chopping block for this argument too. But let us not fucking forget how many of you install porn mods. How many of you install custom mods? How many of you modify your online games like Marvel Rivals with skins and new reticles and sound effects? That creates the perpetual cycle of it's different when I do it and nobody can criticize me. Which means that everybody's at fucking fault. Because then nobody's innocent and nobody's guilty. It's bad all ways around because no one's willing to be straightforward and tell each other the truth. Period. Okay? Skyrim's even worse, Dwayne. Skyrim's even worse. Skyrim, Fallout, Elden Ring, any of the Dark Souls, any of the Souls-likes, any of the Soulsborns. Boomerang back around. In case of fantasy and science, make more aliens and humans and treat racial phenology like a weird thing. Don't want my Cabal, Empress Capital, or Krogan Queen Humanoid to have massive water balloons. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm some high-class guy because I can't stand the hypocrisy of King games just because of a good-looking character. Because that's how I ended up playing Star Ocean 5. I'm not saying that we should make female characters look realistic for the sake of game design. I'm just tired of the fake gamers who only looked at 7th generation, thinking that it was the best time of gaming. Either always looking at the popular gen series like Mass Effect and Elder Scrolls and COD and Halo, and never the massive Americanizing of Eastern games and how they flaunt their bodies on purpose. I mean, it's a lot more than just It's a lot more than just the Eastern games. It's some of the Western games too, but they have only come around to doing it the other way around. Because it's one choice over the other. Either you have Eastern games and, look, Southeast Asia's saving gaming, while filling it with even more NFT marketplace dog shit crap. Or you look at Western gaming and it's, yes, we're saving gaming. This is what you guys want, right? You want dummy mommy combination, right? Right? You want more Bayonetta, right? You want more Lady D, right? Right? And unfortunately, the meme of a big woman does not go away, because big woman then either becomes big woman woof dummy mommy, I can't wait to have that, awooga, or I like to be a coming little bottom boy, I wear my castity belt in my cage, I don't nut until she tells me, she looks at how my dick has shrunk and I find it pathetic and that turns me on, ooh woo. Or my development boy socks. Both are gay. Both are cringe. I dropped my cap. Or is it in my sleeve? It's in my sleeve. Aha! The Snuggie is effective. It's both are gay. Both are cringe. But the Western answer is the gayest it's ever fucking been. It is the gayest it's ever fucking been. Because unfortunately, the Western question and the Western answer overlaps with the Eastern question. Thanks, Trash Tastes! Going back like a week and a half to Connor Z-Dog getting kicked off of the Blue Archive thing because he's basically a fucking normie trying to collect money on something that he effectively would shame and antagonize, compared to Giguk and Joey the Anime Man. Literally a week after the heels of the Japanese Prime Minister saying that Japan is for Japanese people and you need to learn how to speak our language if you're going to be here as a foreign national. the Western answer overlaps with the Eastern answer, because if a Western person living in the Eastern sector brings over the Gooner experience, they get used as the cudgel to judge everybody who does anything close to a dress-up fighter. So something like Dungeon and Fighter, becoming Dungeon Fighter Online, and then DNF Duel, it is by design that you're going to play a dress-up fighter, because you're effectively playing a video game where the only thing left at the end of the day is to dress up your character. Just like a single-player game would give you all the time to grind, and then thus dress up your character. Especially if they are in the Western/Eastern region, where they have brought over all the content that was region-locked. You have people outside of that sphere then looking at that content, and then saying to those people, especially if they're playing single-player games, and it's just not even that they're showing off that they did the horny thing. It's just that they noticed the horny thing, because they recognize the very notarizing example of the Gooner shit. Like when people were doing this about Persona 3 Reload, and they were complaining about the battle skin. They will look at that, and then they'll ignore all the prime examples of the exact same shit, but worse, and other mainstream and main online stuff. Like, hell, the kind of things that I could point out about, say, just the games being hosted by NetEase and Rivals, which is very much designed for the casual sense, which is why they look that way. It is an intentional purpose to bring in as many people as possible, so of course they're going to be attractive. Korea's going to do that, especially for the Western audience, knowing that they can serve a marketplace while they do so. They do it for things like Once Human, because of course, if you're going to play a video game where you're designing a character and you're always going from a new world and a new server experience to another world with a server experience, you're going to have some affinity for the character that you made, to the point that they had to make sure to introduce gender character swaps for those characters, because you could make multiple characters on one account, and those multiple characters on that account then have access to all the skins that you're buying. But then the connection of, say, Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV alone. You buy all those skins, you spend all that time with your ID, and then people go judging you for the way that you dress your character, and or the shit that you do on the side. All those opinions layer up on top of each other, and then you get this fucking harmonic dissonance of prudes, never-ending prudes, deciding that their thing is acceptable and your thing is bad, and everybody pointing fingers at each other like the Spider-Man meme, while at the same time ignoring that they're ceding the ground to all the people who are going to baseline denominate it to be fucking lazy. Hi. It's so cringe. Because here I am on the side witnessing it happening, and never is that conversation being had. But it will be had on the 5th. Yes, indeed. Because guess who does it? Guess who's the people who do it? More than the men who are acting performative. Women, 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 women. It's always women. It's always women. It's always permanently online women. It's usually annoying feminists. It's usually annoying gatekeeping feminists. It's usually annoying gatekeeping performative females that are toxic online. The annoying kind that all of us avoid. It's always them saying, I'm more holy than you. Meanwhile, you look into the AO3 and they want to get bred by a fucking werewolf. They want to get knotted. They want to get bent over and broken. They want to have a bloody nose while being made to have 5 orgasms in a row. They want to be impregnated with a litter and then live through the anthropomorphic animal mentality like we're playing Bloody Roar 4. And unfortunately, considering this is the argument of irrelevant, keep it in mind when we get there, the idea that it is not the case that that happens, as often that it does, is flabbergasting. Because, of course, the performative people will be like, well, see, you guys just have this opinion about the male gaze. You guys don't actually like these characters for characters because you didn't support the version that we wanted. And it's like nobody played the version that you wanted. Because you took the character, you had your turn, alright? It wasn't your character, it was just your turn. You took the character from the Moids. You gave it to the Foids. The Foids didn't buy it. They gossiped and they made hit piece articles and essays eternally. They didn't play not a lick of the goddamn games, and of the ones that did, they did not show that they did it out of actual pleasure and passion. They did it out of obligation to the purity project that they were building. And then when the game faltered and sales stumbled, you then said, oh, the main audience, oh, the modern gamer, oh, the new people, and it's like, I'm sorry, niggas on Twitch don't buy your game. They don't. They watch you play the game and then gossip eternally, while being antagonistic and then making hit piece threads and or hit piece articles and or harassment, excuse me, or harassment raid groups in their discords so that they can harass you while you're live. They did it for Hogwarts Legacy. They did it for a bunch of other fucking video games. They did it for the fucking Gooter games, anime or not. And they did it for the Culture War period pet peeves. And now we're at the point where you now complain because, oh no, the Gooners have taken over again, with new Tomb Raider being a good example. Both, one, a modern Tomb Raider that basically undoes the Survivor series, and a throwback retro Tomb Raider that redoes everything in modern day graphics and probably modern game designs while doing a classical body design, while potentially being voiced by Haley Atkinson. You have these two nexus points of something for the future and something for the past, and they complain that both are a problem. Because it's not about the actual standard that we have today. It's about a perpetual standard that is constantly aggrandizing and being precipitated for the past and the present and the future. I can give you a perfect example of my own from my timeline, because I criticized this, as did the content creator that the post came from. I believe it was Razor Fist. Razor Fist, 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 Razor, 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 Razor. Here we go. BIO Interactive. Take James Bond, turn him into Hitman, and then call every Hitman game that you've got there Hitman, including World of Assassination. Print endless fucking money. Repeat this 7 times every time you make a new scenario, every time you make a new instance, every time you make a new game, every time you make an event map, every time you make a celebrity push, and it just keeps making fucking money. Then you actually get your hands on the James Bond license so that you can then make First Light. And you say, making an old school James Bond is tone deaf, as 007 First Light moves the character towards modern values. First Light is the first of missions that shows how James got his 007 status. What do you mean he's going to be tone deaf? Your character effectively will become the tone-deaf old man that you're trying to design as you modernize him, characters like Moneypenny around him, his Q around him, all so that you can have this version of this future that you think that you're making for the modern Twitch audience, that you're hoping buys the game and streams the game, so that you can then say throughout however many LinkedIn drops on the platform, however many gift posts that you can get from doing a campaign on the platform, or whatever engagement system that you have to create this fake hype around the game, because that's what it is. It's fake fucking hype. Because people won't remember it if it's not in front of them. And this will be a way for you to get ad campaigns and headhunter sponsorships to have them play the game already, if they weren't already looking to, as a feature. You're telling me that the thing that you bought, you don't actually want. You want to turn it into something that it isn't. Because you're permanently stuck in the world of James Bond Jr. Where somehow, the character that you asked for, that you're making content for, is going to go into an alternate timeline where he never becomes the character that has been completely established in pop culture and in prior works? You're gonna try to Daniel Craigify him? That's not gonna work. You know why? Because they want James fucking Bond! The same reason people would want to have Tomb Raider, and they would want to have Lara Croft, and Dante, and also Virgil, and also Nero, and I guess also V if that ever actually exists again in a Devil May Cry game, and Bayonetta, and Cereza. The difference between the two being the timeline difference from Bayonetta 3, or any other character of this matter. Any pop culture icon. As you guys do the meme of Kukurio, and you tell them, why can't you be like the last one? Why can't you be like the last one? Why can't you be sensible and be like the last one? Here we go. As you perpetually do the meme and say that it's wrong and it's disrespectful and you guys need to accept that your gooner ways are reprehensible. Why can't you be sensible like the last character that we rejected? As we said that the character before that was disgusting and evil and overly sexualized. While at the same time doing the Bayonetta fucking superposition, claiming that it is bad only because we have yet to claim it, and thus no icky boy could ever like this. No icky boy could ever like this. Actually, it's gross objectification, and you're disgusting and evil for doing it, because this is for incels. But you know, it's actually fun to have such a camp and X-coded character that actually, the incels can't be allowed to have fun with this. Actually, you need to let us have fun with it too. Otherwise, you're a sexist bigot. Also, this was always for the girlies. I don't know why you guys like this so much. It's not for you. Actually, it's always belonged for us. And you're the invader here, trying to attack the thing that we have, flipping constantly between the last two positions. Both of these two things being held in your mind at the same time. Why can't you be more respectable like the last one that we fucking criticized and that we crucified? And also, this belongs to us now. You deserve nothing. This superposition between video games, movies, modern media, consumption, ideas, topics, arguments, debates. I will break someone's neck over this. It is actually fucking irritating. Because you know you're doing it. And unfortunately, no. Putting your eyes and putting your ideas on it and saying that it's different when it's a different region, it's better when it's the Koreans, and they're saving gaming, it doesn't stop it from happening, bro. You're just creating a rubber band effect where the back side of the conversation will catch up to the front side of the conversation. And it'll clack. It'll make a spark. Like two neodymium magnets crashing into each other and breaking from the force of their impact. And the clash, the spark of fire that happens, that's you destroying any interest in any topic. Because then it becomes completely politicized. The conversation itself becomes the case of, well, you see, the character themselves isn't important, it's the conversation we're having. And the second it enters into the essayist mindset is the moment that my eyes start fucking crossing, bro. Because then it becomes, well, it's not that the character's like this, it's that the idea of the character. It's not the conversation, it's the way we're having the conversation. And I don't like the fact that there's so many male voices dominating all the women. Meanwhile, women themselves stand up, actually, sis, were you picked? Why are you such a pick-me? Why are you such a pick-Misha? Why don't you learn that actually you can't get male attention? Why are you trying to pander to these men? See, these women are pandering to the men because the men don't actually have the ability to do it, so they use women's arguments. And it's just like fucking geopolitics. You won't listen unless a woman tells you. When a woman tells you, you won't listen to her because this woman's more important than this woman. I would like to escape the Anita Spear. Thank you. I'd like to escape it. I'm done with it now. This has dominated gaming for 15 years of my fucking life. And pretending that it doesn't happen means it's gonna keep happening. It is possible to understand that you don't have to like every goddamn thing because you aren't in the target audience. It wasn't made for you, hunty. At the same time, it is possible for you to see this person doing this thing, and just like the majority of us looking at people on Kink Talk, for you to say, I do not see, I choose not to see, and move on with your fucking life, and stop making as though you must have your opinion seen, heard, and validated on the largest platforms possible. Otherwise, everybody is a hateful Nazi bigot, and nobody deserves to have anything. Because what happens from there is that we're not allowed to have rights. That means that me, over in SSF, I play ARPGs online land, I'm catching flack for just having a character like Widowmaker in the background next to my Taco Belmont poster. And they'll say, yeah, he's alright, he's one of those regular gooners. Yeah, just look at his face. Meanwhile, anybody who knows what I'm actually into is incapable of understanding the levels of my true actual depravity. And that I have an adult woman fetish. Adult woman. Meanwhile, people pointing their fingers are down bad with basically wanting to be made into a whore for the litter. Whether they are a furry or not. The entire spectrum of the problem has gotten so bad that people actually allow for there to be a furry exception, where the furries aren't getting targeted all the goddamn time. Because then the furries are just going to be like, bro, I don't hide shit I'm into. Like, I have nothing to do with this. To the point where if you make the character attractive enough and anthropomorphic enough, you can actually get away with it. Hell, if they can get away with dating everything, they can get away with it for the furries, because it's the same fucking connection. It just depends on how sexy and how big her boobs are when it happens. So, diamonds to dollars, you cannot convince me that this is not going to keep happening. Because, unfortunately, I'm not doing all this shit no more. Someone's getting called a fucking slur. I don't think I'm going to call him a slur during the debate, but I'm going to call somebody a fucking slur. Because the discourse isn't real. It's not discourse. It's just harassment with extra steps. It's not a conversation. It is someone trying to control public opinion and actively punish somebody with a Pico hammer for being horny on main, that you just pick and choose who's more comfortable. Who's the easier target that you can harass? Of course, we're going to harass the gamers that are gooners that sit inside of the doors of Hikinomoris. It's different than saying Joe Cat's a part of the problem, or Aaron Hansen's a part of the problem, or Gamer Grumps as a company is a part of the problem, or certain content creators are part of the problem. They're just guys, man. They're just guys. They're just dudes. They're just girls. They're just a woman. They're just a girl. Needing to have a license where you make it possible that before a person's allowed to have an online opinion, they are forced to play at least 5 different Gooner games so that they can understand the appeal of their understand the appeal of the opposite audience. It is almost quite literally a requirement at this point, because otherwise you're just going to end up having a circular argument all the time, because they don't want to have a conversation with the people that they're talking to. It just becomes agonizing and annoying. And while being agonizing and annoying, they then act like they are the biggest fucking victims, while trying to cancel you. That's probably the part that I hate the most, actually. It's not just the circular argument. It's not just the tone policing. It's not just the do as I say and not as I do. It is the trying to destroy your career while knowing for a fact that they are getting it on like a horny nun in the back room. trying to tell you that you're evil for the things that you're into, and that your life needs to be ruined because you believe that it's acceptable to control women and shit, while at the same time doing it themselves. And saying that it's okay. Because you see, when it's two lesbians, it's different, especially if that's a sapphic that's enjoying it, versus a man. Moving forward.
That say some of the stuff about the characters, my toxic characters or villains or whatever it is, and they're like, ooh, damn, it's so hot though. Like, and that's okay. I made it, it's a safe space so we can enjoy that. But we're a lot more demented than men are when it comes to the art that we consume.
Be
I'll
true.
just say this. Compared to dudes, I grew up around men and around mostly like guys, because we have more in common. I know I sound like one of those girls that people hate because I was a tomboy. What do you want? I liked video games. I liked cars. I liked all the stuff that the guys were playing with. I didn't play with Barbies. It wasn't my thing. But yeah, so I've heard all the things that men have said, all the things that boys talk about. And yeah, they're pretty vulgar, especially when we're bantering each other. They say shit just rolls off your back, right? And the thing is, they can take it with each other, but when they're talking about women, yeah, the stuff they say could be untoward. You know, it stays within the area when they're attracted, but just nowhere near as demented as I hear what women say about men that they like.
The thing that is annoying, especially when it becomes the difference between guy talk and girl talk, is that the kind of fucking talk that I could have with Marcus, literally had with Marcus and all of you on the Discord gaming night, is equivalent to the same kind of locker room talk that you will hear women use to justify the AO3s, and to justify the kink talk, and to justify the women-led porn created by rappers such as Young Ma. It's the flavor of the same discourse. It's just that that's the more aggressive one, where if you heard your favorite cozy gamer say, I want to get a train ran on me by all the members of Love and Deep Space, it's different than if a man says, all of these small waifus and also large waifus are my partners, and I take care of them and all my children. Versus the male. Literally, the male vision and the female vision. The aggressive state at which both of these exist are themselves also a superposition. And I'm sorry, that shit's for the Redditors. Do you think that the fucking normal conversation amongst Tumblrites and amongst the online federated net of commentators is a problem? The fucking Redditors that have that level of rocker room talk, they are more disgusting to me than the egg crackers of Egg IRL and groups like them. Because it's basically the equivalent of grooming talk. But it's different, because now it's adult women wanting to get bred by adult men. But, you know, where a man's like, man, I would really like to go 18 rounds with Bayonetta. I would love to get fucked and milked. The opposite question and the opposite conversation in the locker room talk is, I want to have a train run on me by all these members of this group. Or I want to have a train run on me by this fictional character that's voice acted by this one celebrity voice actor. The things I'd let them do to me, and then people looking at them in abject horror.
In general, I'm talking about, there are guys out there that are just unhinged the way they speak. You just laugh it off. Oh, Eddie, that's just him. But women on a whole, from my experience, maybe it's just the women that I was around or I happen to overhear, the things that they say, my friends in Brooklyn, like, these are the same women. We don't talk as much anymore, but they'll be like, oh my God, how can men act that way towards women? And I'm looking at them, side-eyeing them like, aren't you the one who also said some shit about tying a man up in your basement with a chain around his freaking neck and hooking him up to a machine until his skin on his dick was raw? Like, aren't you the same? And I'm just looking at them, and I want so badly to just say, but I don't. I keep my mouth shut because that was told in confidence. But I'm just saying, A lot of you out here are hypocrites. And, you know, it's no different than men cussing out and shaming e-thoughts or OF girls, but paying them exorbitant amounts of money per month like idiots. Like, who pays for adult content? It's free.
The people who want the girlfriend experience. That's an entirely separate conversation. That's a cuck conversation. That's an incel conversation. And the two can be related, but they're not the same thing. Those people have a problem, okay? Those are the ones that I was describing, that it's the same thing when they do it in solo. Some of the ones that are lucky enough not to let their fucking bank accounts be drained by the girlfriend experience podcasters and girlfriend experience influencers that then post their fucking solo debut shit on Twitter constantly. Unfortunately, the TikTok ones are at least capable of, like, having a personality first, but that doesn't make it acceptable. The ones that do it because they have never once had a desire to be touched by a woman, let alone have never touched a woman, they have a different problem, which is self-esteem, which is why they're using the content in the first place. Separate conversation.
I could never understand how people are losing swaths of money because they're just giving it away for content that's free. I can understand if it's like a hooker or something, that's physical, you know what I'm saying? But you're paying for online, you're paying, what in the world? But anyway, like, especially if the person's like not talking to you. I can understand if she's talking to you, you're kind of getting that experience, I guess. But she's not talking to you, you're just getting a barely there bikini pic. Like, what are you even paying for? I'm sorry. I know it's like off topic a little bit. You know, the chance that this person might notice you, or her agent who's running her page will send you some weird innocuous chat. Like, it's weird. But there's like this mass delusion with people like this. And like I said in my last video that I did with some individuals mocking what would be deemed as a marginalized person to them, the people who screech the loudest usually have a sense of projection. But anyways, so the comment continues and says, plot be damned, I guess. And my response to this is, you do realize, right? You do realize that someone can like the way a character looks and still find the plot important.
No shit.
Like, the two don't have to be separate. You can still enjoy the plot and want the characters to look nice. For example, there's so many people out there that have cars. And when you go out to choose a car that looks nice, unfortunately, most people will choose a car that looks nice over a car that's more reliable. You want a car to look pretty and be like, oh, it's so cute, it's so stylish, it's so vintage, oh, it's so this, it's so that. But if I tell you to go get a Toyota Camry, because that will last you for a long time, you'll get your money's worth, or a Yaris, you won't get it if you were to choose. If I say you can get 300,000 miles of reliability, because the Toyota transmissions for the most models that I found are really reliable, engines too, but even more reliable, dare I say, than even Hondas, and the resale value is really good on those cars as well, people will probably look at me funny, right? If you buy a freaking Nissan or a Kia Rio, that's not going to have as good resale value as a good old-fashioned Toyota. So we have that. And you look at an old beat-up BMW. Okay, maybe it's okay. The sunroof is burned a little bit. You know, that the reliability of that car, first of all, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg for the parts, and you're probably going to get a good 100,000 miles out of it, even that, until the transmission breaks apart on you. But with the Toyota, you'll get 300 plus. And that's if you take care of both cars. But the Toyota is not as flashy as the BMW. What do you think most people would choose? Most people are gonna choose the BMW. Why? Because of status, because it's cuter, because it makes other people look at you, makes you stand out, makes you feel like that minimum wage job you have means something because you're driving in a piece of metal that kind of looks better than a lot of other pieces of metal. Most humans will take how something looks over how it functions first. They will ask, can I look good in this? Will I feel proud driving this? Will this person look good on my arm even though they're batshit crazy? Will I put up with the bad sex because they're hot? For cars, and they'll ask.
True. I feel like when you get to the point of asking, hey, about my goonerism, the form over function of being a lesbian versus the form over function of being a proud heterosexual woman that loves to have proud heterosexual sex with a proud heterosexual man that loves to do the kinky shit I ask him to do. When you get to the point where you're trying to have a conversation with people over the form and function of their gender expression and also their gender ideation upon their systemic intake of content, I feel like you've gotten very much off the plot, but I know where she's coming from. Because the idea is basically the appearance of what performatively works better for me at a distance with other people as I'm consuming the content that I'm consuming. It doesn't work better for me to be a gooner than it is to just be a normal man. Is it better to just be a normal dude, a normal guy, a normal girl, versus being a porn-addled sex brain that every time they see anything with titties bigger than the size of their head, they say, listen bro, the divine milkers, and then start talking about the fucking Bible and some shit. Versus being a camp gay that is incapable of actually having an adult conversation about sex, unless you're talking about the most depraved version of sex. No, I understand where she's coming from. I just feel like the topics are slightly not as connected as you might want them to be.
Ask, does it drive okay? Alright, good enough. They'll ask if it's cute first. Oh, it looks pretty. Then they'll ask how it drives. And the weird thing that happens with people who buy products, this is just not only for cars, by the way, anything visual based, this happens all the time. I've seen girls put on shoes that are pretty and their feet are burning. So what they'll do is, does this look cute? Then they'll ask, can I make it work? Does this look cute? How long do I have to wear it? If I only have to wear it for 2 hours and suffer the pain, but look cute in my photos, that's fine. It will find a way. Furniture, house, it doesn't matter what it is. Anything visual oriented, and most people, including people I'm guessing like the one right here, having an issue with this particular content creator finding characters beautiful, are hypocrites, because they will find things beautiful and take them first over visual presentation, over functionality. I mean, they'll take the beauty of it over the functionality first. So, and I know this also happens because I've seen it lots of times. Most people operate this way. For example, me, I love horse games. Now, I'm a little bit more choosy now, but anything that has a horse in it or an animal in it or a dragon in it, even if it's a piece of shit game, I will want to play that game on principle because it has horses or dragons, or you can play as animals. That's really important to me. Then I'll look at, is it a good game? Even if it's not a great game, like Creatures of Scenaria, I love that game so much. Is it the best game out there? No, it's a freaking Roblox game, but I love it. I can't wait until Harp Isles comes out. I don't even know if that's still coming out. I haven't heard anything on it. Oh, apparently there is news on it. It's coming out soon, based on what people are saying. And at the time of this video, Catboy Nathan put out a video. But it looks like a better version of Creatures of Scenaria. But I played and enjoy the hell out of it, or games that look like this. Why? Because I love the creature designs. Could the game use more substance in Creatures of Scenaria? Yeah, of course. Is the game hella expensive if you're really getting into it? Yeah, it could be when you start.
But that's all anime games, right? Hell, let's go down the list of the shit that I own, that I recently purchased. Which I purchased on discount. Library. Main window. Steam. This was a gift from Struggler, doesn't count. Persona 4 Golden. Standard price, $19.99, currently half off. Star Ocean the Divine Force. $59.99. Got it 60% off at $23.99 directly from Steam. If I had found a better deal somewhere else, I would have bought it for a lesser price. Period. I guess you can add Unbeatable to the list because Unbeatable wants to act like it's an anime. $27.99, straight up, $28. Even asking more of you for the Breakout Edition. Persona 5 Royale. Also $59.99. Selling for 70% off. Technically, you should include Sengoku Kagura Peach Ball. which I simply looked up because of the fact that it was being used as a part of the meme online. Technically $29.99, but was being retailed for 70%. And then it has all of the additional gooner shit that I was talking about. For me, it's just fucking pinball with titties. And not even necessarily like showing off the titties. It's just what Sengon is already known for. Honestly, literally a steal if you're being serious. This was a gift. Persona 3 Reload. $59.99, but being sold right now at 55%. And of course, the download skins that you could get for the characters in their costume set. Between 70 to 35% off. It's not showing the screen. Fuck me. Or is it? No, it is. So, like 70 to 35% off. Not even a question of value. Have to go looking. 1 second. Star Ocean: The Last Hope. That one is $20.99 because it's a little bit older. But it's also, too, being sold on 70% off. Looking across just Square Enix and the fact that they're doing a winter sale, Octopath Traveler, Romancing Saga, Star Ocean: The Second Story Revival, Visions of Mana, Little Goody Two Shoes, ironically Forspoken of all things, the Dragon Quest Saga, Kingdom Hearts, all of the Kingdom Heartses. You have a serious number of games, including the newer remakes, that all are within this sphere of expensive money, because they just are. Hell, you even have it for Life is Strange. The amount of money that it costs to get a really good experience, compared to the shit that you would get from the roguelike section. They are all money sinks at the end of the day, but that's okay, because the money sink is valuable and worth it. Because you're not just paying a straight up price for a brick, right? You're buying at worst an 80-hour experience, and at best a 300 plus hour experience. Because at the same time, you've got other fucking titles that go into this fucking parallax. Examples like Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. For this, should have even been that much, because I know I got both of them on sale. Yeah, not even that much. $15, currently 50% off. Chrono Cross: The Radical Dreamer Edition should be somewhere like $25. No, even worse than that. $20, $7. Both of those games alone are basically 300-hour experiences. And even though they are remasters, they are worth the time that you could spend on them without having to necessarily be a part of any of the gooner shit. What's another one off the top of my fucking head? I'm trying to think. It's not coming to me at the moment. But yeah, the anime shit has always been this way. The anime shit has always been this way. Take a scroll down my favorites real quick to remind myself. The anime shit has always been like this, and they've honestly been a lot more tame with it. To be honest. They've been a lot more tame than the modern big audience gamer games intended to catch your attention. Technically, this one was a gift, but just to put it up there. Gundam Breaker 4. This was given to me. I'm pretty sure this one is in the exact same price range. $59.99. Currently $30 from the likes of Bandai Namco. That's another one. You could technically put Honey Pop on that list, but let's not. Namely because if I flash it on the screen, I'm pretty sure I'll get banned on Twitch. Trying to think. You could technically include the entirety of the Legacy of Kain, but I just looked at The Last Remnant, which usually gets forgotten amongst the anime games. Because, ironically, this is no longer listed on the store, and you can't even access this game. No, you can't even buy this one. Which means this is likely going to get remade soon. Either that or they're completely abandoning the game. It's one of the two. Happy I bought a fucking copy when I did. Legend of Mana is actually is another case example. Most of Final Fantasy is a good case example as well. When you're talking about things like Lightning Returns, but I'm pretty sure nobody cares about this particular one, because that's more cheap than you think it is. And this is a game that you could play for literally hours and hours on end, as demonstrated from my own save file, as a single player. Like, I can keep going. Because if you compare it against something like Marvel Midnight Suns, and its monetary loop, it is better for its cost. But then again, not many people are buying Marvel Midnight Suns, so it's currently on a 85% discount. And then the DLC is on a massive discount as well. Not even to mention the fucking problem of the de novo anti-tamper and the DRM shit. Like, the discussion, Ni no Kuni is another example. Neo is also another example. Pal World technically is an example because they were complaining about the sexiness of the female avatars and the fact that they were attractive. You can't really add Pillars of Eternity 1 or 2 or even Avowed because unfortunately that's a part of the nebulous game design of the AAA industry that are a part of the woke scolds that will criticize the game and its designs. You could technically add things like Section 13 because they were designed for the indies in mind. But again, the argument can go on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Because it's about the overall conversation and the fact that you can get a lot more value out of the AAAs of the past and of the current year compared to the ones that already exist. And that's just that's the normal expectation of the conversation. Like, it's just easier this way. It's just ironically easier this way, and it's a lot more valuable of your time comparative to, say, like the current experience that we're having in Monster Hunter Wilds. Comparative before that to Monster Hunter World and Iceborne.
Start collecting all the creatures it is, because trust me, you're not going to want to wait for all the things. You're going to want to spend money on it. I don't mind giving money to the game though, because they do update regularly, and at the time of this video that's what they were still doing, and I'm getting a really good experience out of it. Feels like I'm actually living in a world where I'm being hunted by things. I love people griefing you that will follow you across the map just to hunt and kill you. That's very realistic to me. I get my money's worth from that experience. But what drew me into it in the first place was because of how pretty the designs of the creatures were. That's what was most important to me. You get to play as the animals. The same person making the original comment that I'm discussing, look at their profile picture. Like, that's what I find really funny. Why is this your profile picture? Why is your profile picture not this big 300-pound dude or woman?
Because they're hypocrites! Because they're hypocrites. That's it. Because they're hypocrites.
Your profile picture is a pretty feminine character with blue hair and a pretty face, sort of, from what I can see. Yeah, there's a better picture. It's a pretty feminine or feminine-looking character with blue hair and a pretty face. Exactly like I said. So, you're saying that looks only matter to this guy while your profile picture also looks like that. Hypocrite much? You also reposted this. Why? You've also made comments like this about a character, and that's okay. And reposts like this. My point is, half these people who are artsy, people like me, will virtue signal as if they're doing something while also having sexualized characters in their profile pictures or having shared similar things, particularly of women or female characters or of anime males with their shirts off. I just find it really interesting that they then come...
Well, I don't have to remember the First Descendant. First Descendant was one of the first ones that I talked about. It's actually the case that the First Descendant and all of the Eastern Korean South Market games being brought over by things like NetEase and Nexon of Korea and America are responsible for this. Because the problem is that me being the person that came from the era of the game browser games, there are a lot of games, and I mean a lot of games, that were very much the originators of this cycle of engagement. They were the originators that made it normal to get into that cycle of engagement. And what it's become since then has become a lot more exploitable. Because back then it was just having cute characters that had absolutely no anthropomorphic features or designs at all. Their bodies were completely flat. Life, Rumble Fighter, Night Online, Lunia, Luminary Rise of the Gunzu, the first era editions of what we considered old school Mabi no Gai, Dragon's Nest, Gunbound, Maple Story, the first intonations of DFO before it was reclaimed by Neopal, Grand Chase, fucking L-Sword. They were a lot better about it. Because at least at the end of the day, the characters were just like, if they were adult characters, they were closer to being the chibi. And just chibi characters were cute. Like, you could make your chibi character male cute and cool. You could make your chibi character female cute, but also stylish. It was the equivalent of basically browser game Infinity Nikis. You weren't trying to make your character into a bundle of sex appeal. You were just happy to have different costumes that made you stand out from everybody else. Same thing with Phantasy Star Online. Because that's what people did in Phantasy Star Online too. Even amongst the Gooners. I've shown you all pictures of my character. I made him look like Jeremiah Orange from Code Geass. And then they destroyed the game. Because alongside that, it also came with the North American conversation about transgender shit. They're still preserved over in Japan, but that's literally Western versus Eastern design. They might have had the exact same evolution and update that they had to do to the game in the first place, but the culture was preserved over there. Over here, it was ransacked and destroyed, and not many people play it anymore. Not at the levels that they have, because they are trying to escape this level of top-down tone policing.
And hit people with the visuals and looks only matter to you, and it's okay for them to like the visuals on something, but not for other people to. You can admit when someone looks fabulous. You can admit when something looks pretty or eye-catching, but other people aren't supposed to. You reposted the green woman from Baldur's Gate 3, and the caption for that is literally, Lizelle may be blurry in the scene, but she's so hot back there. Pretty sure you're not talking about the weather. You reposted that. You recognize that she's hot. You look at her and find her hot. But it's a problem when other people do it. You also reposted that these people back in the day posing sensually didn't set women back. So Sabrina, which I guess is another celebrity, wouldn't, which means that you find it okay for women to pose naked. he did the same thing with this post.
See, the one with the IRL women is different because then it becomes a case of, well, they're on this way of doing shit. That's one of the other catch points here, right? Video game characters are video game characters, but IRL women are IRL women. For the last week and a half, I have seen people thirsting over Chaperone and with the fact that her ass fills out a traditional suit of armor because she wore one as a part of her performance at one of her concerts. The level of thirst goes way beyond the norm because they do it for Billie Eilish. I'm not going to make the argument of people doing it for Sabrina Carpenter because I see her as a lounge singer who is taking advantage of what a lounge singer should take advantage of. A new age Dolly Parton, if I've ever seen one. And like that's part of her job. But definitely this argument about Taylor Swift, this argument about Chaperone, this argument about the camp singers, Renee Rapp, Scream Queen, etc., 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 etc. Like, it all comes from the same place of, I want to be her, as well as for the lesbians, I want to be with her, as well as for the straight women, I wish that I could have her energy.
Post as well. Also, I find this also interesting. This was another post this person shared. It looks like the vampire dude from Baldur's Gate. It might not be, I don't know. But the original post says, while looking for a mod, I stumbled upon an anti-woke, yes, Baldur's Gate 3, I thought so. Anti-woke Baldur's Gate 3 mod list. And all one of them does is just make Astarion's ass flatter. Astarion, that was his name. And this person says the downgrade. God, the things conservatives do hurts my soul. I don't know what this has to do with conservatism, but then again, scrolling through the person's page, it seems to be like a thing. But you find it mad. This is what I'm talking about with the hypocrisy. You're upset that they desexualized his ass or made it flatter. But yet, I mean, he does have a nice ass there, right? They took it away. But you're upset literally when people do the very thing that you probably would do to put it back because you like the way it looks to you. But when other people do that with women or what they find attractive, but because you don't like them for whatever other reason, it's a problem when they do it, right? I don't know, it's like people forget what they post. Anyway, then the comment continues by saying, by the way, sorry to break your delusional reality, but no one is born with makeup on their face, nor do they wake up looking like an AI bot. No one is saying that. What do you have to be a really special kind of stupid to walk away with that as your gotcha. I don't know what that was intended to achieve, but no one said that people wake up with makeup. When I wake up, I'm sorry. They're video game characters, right? And just like you took issue with them making Astarion's ass flatter, even though there are guys with flat asses, they probably would take issue with someone looking downgraded. So they upgrade him. I bet you would also be the kind of person that if a mod allowed, or you made a mod for this, you would make his ass bigger. And there would be nothing wrong with that, because that's what you're attracted to. It's a mod for a reason. If it's a mod, you don't have to take part in it. So why are you mad? They're desexualizing him. But you would want to put that back. You would want him to have his ass back, so it's nice and plump and delicious for you, ready for the eating, right? But if someone else does the same to something they personally find attractive, it's a problem. Just hypocritical on your part, because you've also shared sexualized women on your page as well. So, I mean, they're video game characters too. Like, I can understand if we're talking about real life human beings, but you do realize that this, why are we having this conversation? This is so freaking stupid to me. I don't even understand what's happening right now. Like, I'm honestly so flabbergasted. I'm sorry, I'm really flabbergasted. I'm also extremely tired and PMSing really hard right now. But what in the actual fuck? Like, we know that people don't wake up fully made up, dumbass. It's an imaginary character. I mean, isn't the character in this stupid game part of a game universe? But also the game itself, isn't it also based on a fantasy setting? You also realize that not everybody wakes up looking like a fucking potato, right? There are people without makeup that actually look extremely normal and don't look like freaking paper mache, like whatever the piece of shit is on the left. We're not talking about an actual real person, so I don't even know why this person making this comment is bending over backwards to defend an imaginary character, unless this is projection and this person...
It's projection. Because it's the equivalent argument that we've made over the years where it's like, you can accept this in the games, and you can accept this in the games, but you can't accept the 2025 Toyota Camry with an all-size, fully loaded vehicle going through tragic and mystical lands. It is one of the greatest and funniest memes that have been used ever since it was an image macro. But, like, unfortunately, they don't see it that way. It is much easier for them to just make a lot of cope, because they would rather not have that conversation. That conversation is not allowed. Having that conversation would be bad. And insult them. Because it's about browbeating us. Unfortunately. It's about the browbeating.
Actually looks like the potato character on the left. That's the only reason I could figure why this person took this so personally and is getting that offended over an imaginary character. I bet you this is one of the same kind of people that back in their day, they were fixing people's art. I don't understand why.
True. Big true. They are all connected. Big true.
Why this culture is so weird when it comes to people talking about beauty. Just like you're probably okay with the way the thing on the left looks, I'm sure if you look like that, there's someone out there like you who will appreciate the way you look. It's not that deep. It's an imaginary character. No one was talking about you when they were criticizing this thing. When you're looking at your whatever you look at in your browser history in your own private time, are you specifically looking up ugly characters? When you're in your fantasy world and you're making up your OCEs, are you imagining them all looking like pimple-infested potato-ass looking crustaceans? If that's your thing, sure. Maybe some people are attracted to crab-looking people and that's completely fine, but that is not the majority and it's okay to accept that. It's like getting mad at lionesses for preferring male lions with darker manes and then having the nerve to call them bigots. Like, you do realize that human beings are animals too, right? And sexual selection is a thing. And just like you want to pick certain colors or characters or profile pics that look really good on you, or you like or are attracted to twinks, or you're attracted to certain characters in video games, why is it that you're denying everybody else that right? That very basic human right to find something attractive to them. Especially even if it was like a real person, what would be the issue? But I would understand, like, it would come off as bullying if you had a real person's face. I can bet you though that if the model for this actual character, it does not look like what they showed on the left. I just have a feeling. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I forgot. I did see that. I did see that before. Wow. Now, I know damn well. Really? Look how beautiful this person is. What is this? You know when you...
The regular conversation it usually is, Alzayori. They took the face model and they made her ugly because there are ugly people in the world. Therefore, we have to make her look like a foot. They must look like a foot, okay? The footism must happen. If they don't look like a foot, it means you hate women, okay? We didn't make this argument. They have to look like a foot. Take an extremely attractive actress, make her look like a foot on purpose, not for the point of making her acting pop out, not for the point of the character can look like a foot, but the actress can look like Jennifer English, or what is his name, or any other voice actor for that matter. It is that you have to take beautiful people and make them look like a foot, because they have to look like a foot. Okay? Isn't that insulting to women? Yes. But you see, there are foots out there in the world, alright? There are foots out there in the world. There are Jabbas amongst us. So we have to make the Jabbas look the way that they do. Because otherwise, the Jabbas would get sad. And so we make them look like you, so that you can never have the experience of being feeling like you're left out, okay? You can be like the content creator and the podcaster that cried when the Diablo 2 barbarian woman looked like her. Because yes, I can finally see myself in video games, as opposed to what any person would do if they had access to customization, and they would make them look like them with video game customization.
See celebrities that jump off the cliff of sanity and then you check them later and they're in the street having huffed everything known to mankind and not, and then that's what they look like. That looks like this is what this is. You made her look so much worse, and I don't really understand what they were going for here. Are you trying to say that women are ugly? If most people are saying that this looks disgusting, just because Also, you know, there's people who are politically aligned with this original commenter that find this disgusting. But just because there are people out there that you personally have an issue with that also find it disgusting, that's why you're fighting against it so vehemently, even to the point of making yourself look like the biggest hypocrite ever. Aren't you tired? Aren't you tired? I'm tired.
They are not tired, Tori. It's a young man's game, and they're not tired. They will do it forever. They want to do it forever. Many of us don't. I don't. It's a young man's game to get on this level of dearness accession. I don't have the time for it anymore. I don't have the time for it anymore. People are getting called slurs. They're getting called a fucking slur. Okay? That's all there is to it. They're getting called a fucking slur. It is not an option. They're getting called a fucking slur when they do this. Because there's no arguing anymore. I'm just calling them a slur. We should all call them slurs. Because this is exhausting. I grew up with these people in my content, destroying my spheres of influence. And now, we're at the point where it's everywhere. And we just act like it's normal. And it is not normal. And I'm not going to pretend that it's normal. Now, this brings us to Asmongold.
It's actually so sad how badass video games used to be. It is. And I'm just going to say it.
What?
These were games that were made I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it, Destiny. Guys for guys.
Are you ready for
That's
Asmongold
right.
to turn his gamer brain up to 11?
This is when gaming used to be good.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Video games used to be made for guys, by guys, about guys, and that was it. The only time there was a girl in a story is because she was wearing a fucking bikini. That's it.
What?
You That's
Video
right.
Games that are made to just be slop that's enjoyable to everyone.
Yep.
Bruh. Not to knock any particular type of game.
What?
Okay.
What?
Not to knock any particular
What?
type of game, because I think all game genres are beautiful. I've played
Ah, shut the fuck up.
games
What?
across a ton of different genres, but my brother in Christ, you grinded mounts on World of Warcraft for like 20 fucking years.
This was not our destiny. Times change.
We have to watch the entire cutscene. The entire cutscene, Asmongold.
We will never be slaves.
Yep. Yep.
But we will be conquerors.
Jesus Christ.
Is this really the trailer for Midnight? No, World of Draenor. Another cinematic too? Asmon, please! Please, Asmon!
The world is healing, but her fate is yet uncertain. Together, we shall be Azeroth's protectors once again. Here, the new age of dragons shall begin.
Dragonflight. Gay. Boring.
I don't even think I need to say anything. But let's hear let's hear the Western. That's fine. That's okay.
What the fuck place do you have to talk about real gaming or good games
Absolutely.
or manly games?
100%.
I mean, if we're talking serious cash money, Destiny in the clip. To play peak retail WoW is the equivalent of playing peak retail OSRS and not playing it on the private servers that I know exist. So, if masculine energy is you want to spend 6 to 16 hours a day farming an Exile, farming in Exile 2, farming in Grimdark, farming inside of whatever video game happens to be on the marketplace. If that is the question of what you consider to be peak potential content, then it serves the backbone that masculine gaming is not dad gamers. It is not perpetual COD lobbies, it's not perpetual battle royales, it's not perpetual FPS shooters. It is instead the autism simulators. And yes, actually, that is the peak gaming that happened. That's dad gaming. That's the grand strategies, people. That's the autism simulators. That's the friend slop. That is 100% in the purview of what we're talking about. You can insult him, I guess, but it doesn't undo the fact that he has spent more time in those lobbies building up that rigor than you have. One can be angry about it as much as you fucking want. It doesn't undo the fact that he's had more experience of that than you.
You're flying around on multicolored dragons.
No, because that one was a store mount. I didn't buy that one. He's thinking of the Fey Dragon from Warlords of Draenor. I don't have that one. I didn't buy that shit.
Grinding the 1 out of 50,000 cuck drop to get the next golden lizard thing that you can hop your ass around Azeroth on.
Oh.
Pause. That's literally any game that has any amount of grinding. Again, they're going back to the DNA of Diablo right now, if we're being serious. And I remember when my father was excited for Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. I remember when he was excited for Hellfire. I remember when he was excited for Heroes of Might and Magic. I remember when he used to sweep people inside of GameSpy before they shut down GameSpy and all of the game hosting lobby systems that used to host those old dad games to have lobbies against other people. I remember my brother doing it. I remember myself doing it. Fond memories doing it. I remember meeting the people that became friends that no longer are in my life now, but at the time where they were relevant was people that enjoyed that. They still enjoy that, even though there are new incoming people into the hobbies that just simply don't get it, choose to get it, or like make a thing out of it. But it is very much the case that it has always been the important purpose that these people have had this level of fun, and that we've decided that fun no longer is relevant or allowed just because you said. Like, if a person can spend as much time as people do in Love in Deep Space, can you call those people not real gamers as much as you call the people doing it in Infinity Nikki and the people doing it inside of Utsume and the people who did it inside of whatever gacha game exists? Because that's what retail games have become now. They've become cozy gacha games.
But hey guys, no, I'm not really gaming, like building a factory inside of a factory inside of a factory inside of a third factory after I was building factories. Oh, no, of course not.
Yes, exactly. Because Destiny, you love playing non-stop autism simulators. Unfucking ironically. How many times on how many pieces of content, how many pieces of material, how many fucking streams, how many fucking sessions of listening to fucking ICJ calls, how many study autism streams of you trying to fact check and myth bust somebody live on content? How many conversations, how many arguments have you had while playing autism simulators and grand strategy yourself? Is that not serious dad gaming? Is that not serious male gaming? What is that? 2, 3, 4 years of it being the case. And then when you weren't doing that, it was your fucking stint on League. What are we talking about? Who is the true dad gamer?
No, that's real gaming. Oh, yes.
Give me a fucking break. Holy shit.
No, no, that's not how it works. This has happened to every single video game. Is that women have gotten into video games and they've made them for women. And I don't like this. This makes me fucking mad.
According to the entertainment software.
This is I'm sorry. Oh, it's such a perfect thing, okay? Listen, go ahead. Don't. It's commonly called the male gaze, but don't wish.
Of course it's the male gaze. I love hoes. I love sluts. I love looking at sluts. I want them dressed like that in video games, and I'm not sorry. And
so, ignoring the fact that he's doing this as a bit because he's refuting somebody trying to call him out, and it's the fucking likes of Destiny that's doing it, which, prepare yourself, that's the exact same viewpoint that you're about to hear. Pause. Bring ourselves back to Twitter. Remind ourselves this is what we're dealing with. This is the take that I'm going to be refuting on the 5th.
Animal does not...
Exactly.
The problem is this fucking animal does not realize he shits on everybody else, particularly women, for doing this exact concept that he's just brazenly like, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. He shits on, like, these leftists who are online who are like, oh, I hate all these straight, cis-het white dudes inside of my video games. That's bad. Grr. Right?
Ignoring the fact that Irrelevant used to be a member of the GGX complex, and therefore is basically shitting on his former friend, slash former coworker, slash former boss, slash former host, because now he has to call him Sex Epstein, otherwise he's gonna get cancelled. Because he's not doing enough deference for Pixie, who is then also acting like the biggest fucking gay cringe lord possible. Between that and J-Stock and Cherry and all the other people that are part of this dialectic that are fucking annoying as hell, all of them being annoying as fuck, and pretending like that's not shit that people can remember. Context.
Hey, that's literally what he spends 80% of his stream shitting on. It's these people every time he can, but it's okay when you do it? Why? Why?
Because they are constantly the target of everyone. That's why. He is literally reacting to the reaction of a reaction for a reaction. He is reacting to himself, being reacted to by Destiny and bad faith, reacting to himself in real time, to then expound upon an opinion that you themselves don't realize. Which then leads to me reacting to your reaction, Irrelevant. So then later, when I debate you on the 5th, and my reaction of your reaction, his reaction, and his reaction, and his reaction, becomes the basis and the principle of the fucking conversation we're having, you pretend that you don't understand, because it's really hard for you, apparently, that you somehow don't understand half the fucking appeal of video games is to have fun. And people are criticized and demonized for having basic fucking fun. That it is then a crime. That they're not allowed to exist. Because it pisses you off. Because they're not doing enough. That somehow reflects their moral system. Which is the next thing you're going to say. Somehow, it reflects on the morals of the man who wants to play a video game that is fun, and has things in it that he can enjoy, and doesn't piss him off and waste his fucking time for what he's invested in, regardless of the fact that I don't agree with the way that he's saying it. They were supposed to call and ring my doorbell. But okay, 1 second. Pause. it is the case that you spend your time trying to demonize somebody while demonizing someone to demonize them just because you don't like the things that they like, that you somehow can misunderstand and miss the entire point, Irrelevant, that yes, he gets to criticize people criticizing him, because this has always been and always will remain. We don't like people that supposedly like the things that we like, but like them in a way that it leads to its inevitable death. The people who play my games are annoying as fuck, so I will criticize them when they're being annoying as fuck. Do you know why? Because, Irrelevant, when a person who claims they like the things that I like actively demonstrate that they fucking hate the things that I like, and that it is a performative Watusi two-step that they do to justify being an annoying fucking shitter, I'm going to be annoyed with that person. And I'm going to ask them to keep it a fucking stack. And to be real. When they're not being real, and they decided to talk shit about something that they claim that they love, thus demonstrating that they don't like it at all, it then becomes my concern to have to gatekeep that person. Because I have to actually ask them, do you actually want to be here? Or is this some type of performative fucking stand that you're making right now? Because it happens to be the case that every single time that it's ever been relevant, it has always been some level of performative bullshit that is happening. And I, for one, don't want to have to hear from someone who clearly wants the death of the thing that I love. Because why would I let you kill something that I love in front of me? We have all been here. We have all been here. I'm certain when you used to have hobbies before you sold them away so you could have your opinions, you had hobbies too and watched them die. Get corrupted. Get co-opted. And yeah, it's because you're trying to co-opt it that makes it bad. You're trying to co-opt it, and thus, because you're telling a half-truth, you're lying through your teeth, while at the same time trying to tell us that we aren't allowed to like what it is that we like. You think that you can browbeat other people while definitely being a hater of the thing in question. And that's not gonna fucking work here. That's not gonna fucking fly here. Is that fair? No, it's not. It wasn't fair when it started, and it wasn't fair when it was done to us by the hyper-political, politicizing everything into a forever conversation. But, that's what's gonna happen now. Again, we ain't doing all this shit no more. We're calling you a fucking slur. Because in the same breath that you say, oh, is that fair? I don't know. Was it fair for somebody to play a victim because they were intentionally playing like dog shit so they could go viral to get somebody banned from a video game because they have a fucking grudge match against them? No, but it happened anyways. Was it okay when people decided to say that you're a sexist pig? Should you like to see female characters be attractive? No, but you did it anyways. And as we just heard from another woman, it was annoying to her too. So why was it acceptable then? How is it acceptable now? Was it okay when you decided that any person that would even stand up for their hobby was actually a secret rapist that needed to be criticized? Yes, you did. It wasn't fair then. So why was it okay now? Watching people die. Watching people get murdered through public opinion. Watching people's lives be ruined because you don't like them and you started a rumor for the sake of it. And if we want to get to this hyper dramatized, constantly trying to make content about a person that you decided is going to be a social walkout, like the Kleins, and making every single bit of the diatribe into a dissertation of, are you trying to stop me from harassing this person like a fucking A-logger while there's a genocide? Was it fair? No, it was not fair. It certainly wasn't fair when you guys got money for doing it, constantly. But, we're gonna stop that now. It's cringe now. It was cringe then, it was cringe now. And no amount of group bullshit is gonna make me think that it's okay that you can get away with it.
Oh, it's just because it's me. Oh, okay, well then you have no actual moral standing. You have no moral ground whatsoever. You're just like, I prefer this and I'm right because I'm me.
My hobbies are my hobbies. What I do in the privacy of my own home And what I choose to do, while broadcasting to other people irrelevant, is quite literally my choice. You cannot shame me. You cannot tell me what to fucking do. However, if we're gonna keep it a stack, okay, the moral relativism of how I goon responsibly, the moral relativism of how I game responsibly, the moral relativism of how I attack responsibly. I can play Hogwarts Legacy without trying to harass people like girlfriends reviews for how dare they help this game, not only while there's active genocide happening, but I can do it without having to attack transgenders all the fucking time. I'm able to play all the games that I play, and not have opinions, and not have concerns about the people that I am criticizing, whether they are trans or not, because I looked at the content of their character rather than the morality of their argument and the moral relativism, the moral dubism of how they approach the point at which they can finally feel empathy at the age of 35 plus that allows them to realize people can enjoy stuff differently from me. Wow! 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 Because for some fucking reason, unless somebody puts it in front of you with a fucking video essay that is an hour and 30 minutes long with a performative fucking thumbnail, you can't get this! Is it purposeful? Is it because you're retarded? We'll never know. But it seems to me like it's definitely a choice. It appears to me that it is a decision being made by an entire group, and neither one find it abysmal. As I do not care for your cope, and I don't care for your moral relativism, because much like Shark03 in his W relativist stance, if the point is that you don't actually know what the fuck you're talking about, you'll find yourself in the position where you're like, but how do you feel morally? Like, do you just go online and harass women in online matches? You think that women have ruined gaming, but this is the pig-headed position you back up against? I would rather be in a lobby full of people who are going to call me a fucking slur non-stop every time I breathe than be in a lobby with one woman who potentially is going to cry foul the minute and second she thinks she can get a clip off me or whoever else is in the goddamn lobby by being a performative victim. Because where's the moral relativism and lying about something that isn't happening so that they can go viral, so they can then have a wild live stream? Where's the moral relativism in the transgenders in the AIM community that started cheating openly with hard and soft lock aim inside of Battlefield 6? Only now falling off the moment that they institutionalized a form of anti-cheat that detected it, so that they couldn't do it anymore. What was the moral relativism in them acting like there was a non-stop hate campaign against transgenders? What about when it was Stop Asian Hate? Where is the moral relativism of forcing that into Apex Legends, despite the majority of the goddamn game that is niggers? And I know, because when we had one in our house, what a wild transition of a sentence. When we had one in our house, Wednesday was crashing for a bit earlier in the year, and I would play and he would play and I would watch him play the game. Do you think it was morally relativistically good to try and basically shame people for not using Stop Asian Hate as a tag, despite knowing that the people who were actively causing hatred against Asians were blacks, beating the fuck out of them? Where's the moral relativism there? Oh, is that not on topic? Oh, is that the forever argument? Shut the fuck up! That's what you sound like right now. That's what the majority of you all sound like when you're doing that. It's the forever whataboutism that we get annoyed with. Because when it's on topic, suddenly you want to point the fuck over here and be like, but what about this thing? 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 How can you have this take? How can you be even able to talk about video games right now when there's an active genocide irrelevant? Where's the moral relativism there? There are women right now in Palestine that can't even play Horizon Zero Dawn, bro. Ah! This is what you guys have done to gaming. This is what you've done. Even as a joke, it causes me psychic pain and damage. Because it's really funny, but it's really not.
Okay? So then why should anybody take what you have to say as anything more than just babble compared to this fucking random blue-haired feminist?
Fuck.
Exactly.
Babble compared to this fucking random blue-haired feminist online.
Nothing. There's nothing that should make you think you should believe him over them. What there is, however, assuming that you're saying, is there any moral prescription that would make you do that? There is nothing. What you would have left there, irrelevant, is time, experience, and actual fucking applicable advice. I won't go to a blue-haired feminist to show me a build on Exile 2 if I don't think that person knows ball. If I want to go to somebody who's going to be able to tell me how to run a raid, and I don't even think he's the best one for it. There are better raiders, like Soda Poppins. But if I want to go to somebody who's going to be a supposed mythic raider and have a general finger on the thumb of what people who can no longer be browbeaten by the public opinion and the public fake positive persona that gaming has to have in order for you to be deemed acceptable, so that left-wingers don't cancel you on Reddit the moment they see a clip of yours go across LSF. I think, irrelevant, that what does it is that that person actually has experience. They actually play the games that are being discussed. Because now, the question I'd ask you is, what's your credentials? What games do you play? And I'm going to do it live on air. Bye, Buster. I'm going to do it live on air in our debate. Where is your experience? What do you play? Do you play online video games with annoying fucking females? Do you play online video games with annoying fucking males? Do you play online video games in general at all? And I don't mean they're pseudo-online, but they're asynchronatic combat. No. Do you play in lobby-based games? Do you play matchmaking-based games? Do you experience the SBMM hitmen? Do you experience the EOMM hitmen? Do you know what it feels like to be with people who act like you while being dog shit at the video games? If you don't got that, I don't have to listen to you! Just as much as I don't have to listen to you, and your supposed male-centric take against the male-centric take from Asmongold. Because why should anyone listen to you over me? See how I did that? Suddenly, experience and actual recognition of where we are is actually necessary. So, I guess the answer to what you're asking is, what makes people believe the blue-haired feminist over Asmon, and what makes people believe, what makes people believe Asmon over the blue-haired feminist? The people who want to be on the side of the blue-haired feminist, irrelevant, don't want to see the worldview of the people that are coming from the position of Asmongold. And I don't mean the ones that are all the way on the extreme. I mean the people that are like, actually, yeah, I kind of find it annoying that I can't enjoy the video games that I play the way that I normally would. Because the people that I end up playing in matches with are really, really, really toxic. And really, really fucking annoying. And they go out of their way to be aggressively mean and rude to people. As though it's their job to be mean, rude, and aggressive. I find it really strange that those guys do that thing. Is that a normal thing that has to happen? Is that a normal behavior and a normal interaction that people engage in all the time? To the point that that's just common? Or am I coping? Forehead. And, for the people listening to Asmongold, what they would need to believe Asmon over the blue-haired feminist is, well, and also not just that it's a public opinion being had and enjoyed by multiple people at one time. Therefore, they reflect the viewpoint of those opinions from the position from which they come from. Because it's relative to who they are and where they are. It then becomes, do I relate to this person? Do I understand this person? Because have I ever experienced it before? Has a person ever experienced what Asmongold's talking about? Has a person ever experienced what I'm talking about? Have they ever experienced the fact that a person has ruined gaming for them? Has ruined content for them because they inevitably decided, actually, I know that this thing happens, but I decided that I don't like the way that this male gamer said it, so I'm going to say that he's an incel. I'm going to say that he gets no pussy. Look at this man. Grown-ass man! Grown-ass man! Look at him! Who is that guy? Who even is he? Meanwhile, woman, child, no matter what the fuck you say at the end of the day, I still have those things. That doesn't affect who I am at all. My argument still remains salient, no matter how much character assassination you do. Lie to who the fuck you want, because you can't lie to me. Lie to yourself or lie to your friends, you can't lie to me, because I know all. Come to me with whatever fucking topic you want. I know ball. I know that it happens. I've experienced it firsthand. I know you have too. I know everybody has in some way, some shape or function. I don't care if your favorite fucking shit is Smash Ultimate. I don't care if it's fighting games. I don't care if it's FPS shooters. I don't care if it's battle royales. I don't care if it's MOBAs. I don't care if it's lobby-based arenas. I don't care if it's hero shooters. I don't even care if it's Hello Kitty Island Adventure and Sims and Autism Sims. I don't care if it's Stardew fucking Valley. You have experienced a moment where someone has tried to tell you that you don't have the right to talk about your fucking game because you're not as popular as somebody else. Which I guess at the end of the day is what you're really trying to get to. They're not as popular as him. So we agree with him because Asmongold is considered to be the front page of Reddit. At least gaming Reddit. And then disseminated through him comes the opinions of all the people that then are reactors that are Asmongold but X. And as the resident Asmongold but black, I must say, sir, you do protest too much. What are you hiding? What are you covering up? Why are you pretending that it is not the case, that this happens? Because you did not phrase it that way, Irrelevant. How you phrased it was like this. I will debate anyone who breathes air and believes that women or feminists have ruined gaming like Asmongold believes. You didn't frame it as, yeah, there are people that really don't like video games to be fun, and they feel like it's their responsibility to tell people that they can't have fun. No! You said, oh man, this guy thinks that women and feminists have just, like, games are destroyed. Like, what makes you think that I should listen to you over the blue-haired feminist? Because, and you then say, neither of you should be listened to believed.
Exactly. A blue-haired feminist online. Who the fuck cares? It's literally a toss-up. It's, they don't like white people, you don't like women. Why the fuck would I listen to either one of you?
Well, that's a good question, Relevant. Why would anybody listen to me over you? Why would anybody agree with my argument over you? It's because I actually have one. Yours is basically, both of you are ridiculous. What do we care for? Why do you care? Why'd you react? It obviously pissed you off. Are you going to tell the honest truth? What's your real opinion? Because if the point of your diatribe is, it doesn't matter, both of you are annoying, yeah, and you're annoying too. So why should people listen to you? You're not having a serious opinion. You don't actually have an opinion. Your opinion is, wow, you guys are really cringe. My opinion is, you're being cringe, and the thing that you want, you can't achieve, because you're focused on shit you shouldn't be focused on. Example. Take this roll for real quick. Mark Kern wants to act that he is a victim of being antagonized, when quite literally he's scamming people. I have an opinion that he should be made persona non grata, because he doesn't deserve to have the right to have an opinion about gaming while he's scamming people on games, because he's not a public figure and he's not a leader to be trusted. He is a person who is actively grifting. The same way any person can do media grifting, as they currently do now. And, with media grifters like Brums, comes the media grifters, I would say in my opinion, depending on how you behave, you, but also, Smash JT. Because we just got done with the Altiora video talking about it. I think that this is a case example of that same level of media grifting. Smash JT gets mocked by somebody who makes an AI picture saying, good, I hope she sues your ass for every penny you owe, you sack of shit. His response. He goes into his profile and says, look at this man. He's a pathetic simp. Look at how he simps to e-girls. Look at him, chat. Look at him, chat. Look at him, chat. Look at him, chat. Lol, what a homo. What a weird, pathetic person. That's so fucking embarrassing. Why would you give this person the time of day and attention if what you want to do is be taken seriously about the opinions that you have? Why give them the attention? Because you are validating the behavior of the opinion that they have negatively about you. This is your whataboutism, you see, Irrelevant. Why would somebody care? Why would I care what Smash JT says? Because he's actively ruining this for other people, as well as for himself. He says, wow, look at these simps. They have no self-respect. Meanwhile, I keep saying, why do you engage this level of negativity? Why don't you just block the account? They do it to get attention from you, so they can legitimize you being the villain they build you up as in their head, and you reward them for it, thus keeping us here in the forever fucking conversation. Move on from them. Leave them alone. Ignore the dumbasses that don't have actual opinions to give, and would much rather farm infinite money off you using the infinite Twitch glitch, the same way they do with the infinite Twitter glitch, as well as they do with the infinite TikTok glitch, and what have you. Why reward people who obviously hate you and want you to die, when instead you can do fun things, and with fun things, you can then take in the time to do whatever the fuck you wish, because then you are doing something you actually like. Why waste your time on haters? A hater's job is to hate. Let that nigga hate. Aren't you saying that you're a hater of Smash GT and he should let you hate too? Abso-fucking-lutely! Because then he gets advice that allows him to better perfect his content. That's why Asmongold reacts to you all. It's material. It's material that he wipes his ass with, but it's material. The material substance here being, what argument do you have against the fact that games have been ruined by annoying fucking feminists and women? Specifically just annoying women and feminists. Not all women everywhere! Not every person who's ever had a vagina! Not even the trans women! But the ones that go out of their way to nitpick and browbeat! You don't have an answer to that! It's I don't want to hear it! Well, we're gonna hear it! We're gonna talk about it! If you can't, then get the fuck out of the conversation. Space isn't for you. Leave it. Go back to talking about the forever war and genocide inside of Palestine versus Israel, while also calling people who disagree with your opinion, Israel paid off opposition. We'll be over here talking about how this problem continues to happen because we kind of don't want to have this conversation because it's just easier to act like an asshole. It's easier to just forget that people can get annoyed and be done with forever arguments and with the annoying state that forever arguments create because of how they choose to engage with who they engage with when they are having that conversation in that cycle. That's fine. We'll do that without you. We've been doing it since time immemorial. We ain't gonna switch up now. But don't be sycophantic. Don't get uppity with me and be annoyed that we're doing what we've always done. Because that's cringe. That's massively fucking cringe. Have an opinion or shut up. That's it. There's your difference. There's your dialectic. There's your praxis. Put into praxis the shit that you guys want to have happen. Right? If you think Asmongold is cringe, you think that he's a hateful bigot that needs to be taken down a peg, make better content than him, I guess. But I'd rather do more than just say the Hutchins position. You tell me that you actually see what's fucking happening, and then you tell me what you're gonna fucking do about it. Are you gonna build content? Are you going to build nexuses and involvements with other people? Are you gonna do gaming content with people who don't normally do gaming content? Are you going to make OnlyFans? Are you going to make an OnlyFans-like event in another game? Are you going to invite people along so they can get to know each other with an experience so that you can have people of different walks of life talking to each other face to fucking face instead of through the internet? Are these things that are going to happen on your watch, or are you going to wait for somebody else to do it? You're going to wait for a female to do it first? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? You ain't talking about nothing. So I'm going to turn your fucking TV off. And that's where we got to go. It appears that's where we got to. So that's what we finna do. That being said, that's my opponent. Tune in! Monday the 5th, January 5th, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard, and watch this shit happen live. Place your bets now!
And you do too! We all saw those documents. You like them more than I do. You're trying to farm them right now saying this. I know what you're doing. It's not going to happen.
with it because when you see it, it's everywhere, okay? This concept that everything in the world...
1 second. Rewind.
It's not going to happen.
Further back.
Yes. I know what you're doing.
Further back.
I'm sorry. I love hoes. I love sluts. I love looking at sluts. I want them dressed like that in video games, and I'm not sorry. And you do too. We all saw those documents. You like them more than I do. You're trying to farm them right now saying this. I know what you're doing. It's not going to happen.
It's like they can say, you can take the streamer out of the DGX complex, but you can't take the Destiny out of the DGGX.
Time with it because when you see it, it's everywhere, okay? This concept that everything in the world...
What's wrong with... Yeah, I want the chicks to be hot. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I'm a guy. I want hot chicks.
Especially as a white guy, everything is made for you. And
yeah, of course I want it to be made for me. Why wouldn't I want something to be made for me? Fuck, like, yeah, I'm a white guy. I want things made for me. Sure. Yeah, definitely. No doubt. Who do you think plays video games? What was the most popular character made in Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, that's right. Human, male, European, warrior class, longsword weapon.
That's just because guys like swords that go bonk.
Now it's time to game. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Is that Destiny's character? Wow. How about that?
To be for you. If a woman looks a certain way, you criticize her because she's not appeasing to your cock. If a woman is doing...
Absolutely. Exactly.
doing a certain thing, it's not okay because it's not appealing to you. Like, for a white man, especially, this is like enough of a criticism. That's it.
Absolutely it is. I want things that appeal to me.
The people who are playing the games Destiny and Irrelevant, those are the people who decide what is, how it works. Why? Because it's a customer. Oh, you're upset that it doesn't appeal to you? Yeah. Because it's not what I paid for. Therefore, I return it and I buy something else. I spend my time elsewhere. Then the thing that you're complaining about dies. Then it's no longer a fucking problem. Boom.
I'm not sorry. I do. I want things to appeal to me. What's wrong with that?
Right? Women, like the fact that women are in video games now, they're making video games for women.
Yeah, and I know. And they're going out of business because they don't buy them. That's the whole point. They gotta make video games for me again because I buy them. That's the whole point. That's my whole point. That's, see, that, exactly. It's
the case that they're making games for women, and those of the peak that specifically women are influenced by them and are playing them, they're making buku money. They're making buku dollars. Always have been. Although, in my sphere of business, if we're talking ARPG, they are playing the equivalent cozy game, which is Warframe. Infinite dollars. More female players than male players. It's not always the Infinity Nikis. It's not always the Hades and the Hades 2. It's not always the Stardew Valley. But where the co-op gameplay happens and the co-ed gameplay happens, it's a mixture. It's not just one or the other. It's a mixture. Destiny is not going to accept that. By the same comparison, neither will Irrelevant. Me, the enlightened black one, it is the case. And it's not about the genders. It's about the appeal of the marketplace to the consumer. Appeals to the consumer, get my money. Don't appeal to the consumer, don't get my money.
What, does everything in the world have to be made just for you? Like,
no, it doesn't. Example, In all those diatribe selections that I presented from my library, did you see arc raiders? No. You know why? Because not only because I studied it, does the game not appeal to me, I do not like the appeal of the idea of the people I'd be playing with in that environment as a player base, let alone a content creator who would then play the game for content in the community of other content creators. Because there is no community there. It's made for the likes of Hutch, it's made for the likes of the Burnt Peanut, it's made for the likes of non-stop variety gamers trying to monetize the newest, hottest trend before it goes old and stale like dog water. And considering that's what they did, it's not made for me. I have no burning need to have to force myself to play it. No! And that's okay. It's entirely fine. I suffer no consequences. And yet, we find ourselves in this parallax. Set adrift on the loss of the requirement of this knowledge that comes with this diatribe. Because it's easier. It's easier. It's easier to be more annoying about it. For one reason or another.
Ideally, yes. But I'll settle for the things that I like being made for me, continuing to be made for me. Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna go into Sephora and say, hey guys, where's the chainsaws? Y'all got all this eyelashes and this gay shit. Where's the swords? I'm trying to buy a hammer.
They can probably make games you just don't give a fuck about, right? You know that's okay, right? Oh my god.
Yeah, they did make a game I didn't give a fuck about. It was called World of Warcraft. The problem is that they used to make a game I gave a fuck about it. It was called World of Warcraft. You want to make your own shitty little bullshit game, that's fine. But don't go and, again, you want to get woke on me, that's fine. Let's get woke. Don't go and appropriate my culture. Don't appropriate video game culture and add your own shit into it. Make your own culture, make your own games. And Duriel's CEO saying the same thing. He watched the stream. Wait, what?
Making money is fine. Like I'm a believer in the free market generally. I'm a believer in capitalism strongly. But then the problem is you have this combination of capitalism-driven capture efforts combined with people who don't care about making money nearly so much as pushing their particular social ideals. Like,
but doesn't that describe all groups, not just one particular group? Are you truly angry like that? That people would have the ability to have the opinion? That actually things should be made for them? They should appeal to them? And that they should be able to vote with their wallet? That sounds like you're angry that the political, socioeconomic concept of making everything into a forever war, where everything is toxic, everything is misogynistic, everything is heteronormative, everything must be towards the viewpoint of the female gaze, not the male gaze, everything needs to require a space for transgenderism, and that everything is problematic and you must point it all out, kind of backfired on you, huh? Don't blame me. Blame Anita Sarkeesian and Jonathan McIntosh. You lost. We won. We have more longevity than you. Not the gamers, but the consumers. And I guess by the same proxy, shareholders, although most shareholders usually go in the way of bridge and DEI shit, specifically as a way to try and make as much money as possible. Not because they believe it's the way of the future, but just because they want to make as much money as possible.
The chuds are breaking containment. Bro, we're loose. We're loose now.
You've probably seen this in Hollywood.
And he's also right. The chuds are breaking containment. The normal player and also the aware gamer are all involved, and they are all making money off the fact that content, as it is and as it exists, can do exactly what it's doing. That we find ourselves able to enjoy gaming because we actually like the games that we're playing. And we do not allow them to just ransack the conversation into the forever war that most people make it.
Would. You certainly see it in the games industry, where you have
Yes!
people who are joining the industry not because they want to make great games.
Yes!
Not even because they want to make money.
Yes!
And I'd say, like, making great games is the best reason. Making money is an acceptable
Second best reason.
It's because they want
The worst reason.
bring about greater equity and representation
yes, man!
of people that look like them. And, like, that's fine.
What's the counter argument there, Destiny? What's the counter argument there, Irrelevant? Are they not real? Are they just grasping at straws? Are they just crazy? Are they coping?
To have as a thing in the back of your mind, but there's people who are joining where that is what they want to do.
That's exactly
and anyone who's
it.
against it, they're going to berate them. Anyone in the company who says, I actually think we should make games for our customers, not the people you wish were our customers. Like, let's make games for the guys who buy our games, not the moms who wish were buying our games. And people like that are being ejected out of companies.
They are, and nobody wants to do it because of toxic positivity. Who wants to be the guy that is the person who is the inhibitor that says maybe we shouldn't make this character non-binary? We already have 3 non-binary characters. You're gonna find yourself in HR tomorrow for a microtransaction and out on your ass next week.
Microtransgression. He misspoke.
For being racist.
It's very politically incorrect.
That's right.
There's a question.
Well, that's the Bud Light dilemma, right?
Exactly.
It's not a dilemma, bro.
Tried to make Bud Light for people who don't want Bud Light and make fun of the Bud Light people.
It's the mythical audience. It's a mythical mainstream audience. They say they. It's even worse in gaming because they'll say things like, oh, 50% of gamers are
50 are women, but they're all playing Candy Crush and these other bullshit games that aren't real. They're not real.
Yes, technically. Is Candy Crush a real game? Yes, but it's not what we consider to be a real game because the amount of time that the person's playing is not being spent in the environment building up the culture. And that's the actual problem. It's that they're not actually a part of the culture. Again, I'm gonna keep using the context of the game that I play. If I was to get 5 people out of this chat room in my audience who know me to sit down and play Path of Exile for a season, up to the point where they feel like they can say, we have done everything possible, I have experienced the game, I'd like to go do something else now. If I was to get all those people in an audience together to play that game together, collectively, as a unit, it would be the case that they would then be able to have an experience that reflects the viewpoint of a normal member of the intake. Because they themselves would be starting to compare themselves naturally, normally, to the people who say they don't get it. The kinds of people that, as a meme, they open the game up, they say, wow, I'm super intimidated. Like that node screen is so big. And they're forever worried about the fact that they're not able to understand the game because they feel like they're lost. That they feel like the game can't appeal to them. For this, that, or the other. It would be the case that those individuals would be able to become a part of the culture. They'd become a part of the thing that we are targeting for. Because they would no longer have to worry about whether or not people understand where they're coming from or not. Because they would be enjoying the content directly. They'd be enjoying the content directly. They'd be having fun with the content directly. They'd be experiencing the content directly. No one would be able to take it from them. They wouldn't be able to say, bro, you're just crazy out of your head, you know what you're talking about. They would just be a part of the scene. They'd be a part of the spear. They would develop the experience that they would develop to the game. They would enjoy it. They would play it. And then they would be able to tell other people, actually, it's not that bad. It's not that difficult. You just gotta spend some time in it. The same way we'd tell anybody for playing a new game that they didn't necessarily have experience in. The most normal thing that anyone could say and do. Just, bro, play the game. Play it for like 15-ish minutes. Play it for an hour and 35 minutes. Not get angry and quit the shit just as soon as you have a bad experience and then bounce off the shit and say the game sucks, the game's bad. The same way that many people do with multiple seasons of video games that are out there.
Real gamers. They're not playing Elden Ring. Yeah, there's like 6 girls that play Elden Ring, but there's not 10.
Are you know, stay-at-home moms.
Exactly.
And you're like, what? That obviously isn't true.
It's not true.
And what it is it's something like there's a lot of stay-at-home moms who've played Candy Crush a few times.
Validation.
Oh my god.
Validation.
And like there's a lot of them. And they're like, therefore we need to build to that market. Okay.
Oh my god.
Like I don't want to get into a fight over like what a gamer is. But what do you think sounds like?
I do.
And yeah, what do you think? Yeah, think about this. Just think for a second.
A better business plan to go after the young men primarily who buy a dozen $50 games a year, or the mom who once spent $5 on Candy Crush. Like, you know,
it's a joke. He's laughing at it because it's so fucking stupid. Joe Rogan does it. Joe Rogan apparently had to quit playing video games because he got so fucking addicted. So, but even he knows this shit.
And there's kind of, and if you say that, if you put it the way I just put it, they're like, that's so sexist of you. Why don't you want to bring in new audiences? I saw this when I saw this when I was in Silicon Valley. What I called it was, I said there's too many people who drink Starbucks and not enough who drink Mountain Dew. And you know.
True. True. Though many people miss what that usually means. And it's what I just said, the culture. They don't get the culture because they're not from here. They don't get it because they're not from here. They don't get it because they're outside of that connection. They don't understand the appeal because they don't care for the connection. It is the case that they will not care for the connection. That they won't care for the experience. And they'll find themselves as just one more part of the connection. One more part of the collective.
Oh my god.
This is our guy, man. This is our fucking guy. Wow. Holy shit.
Know exactly what I mean when I say that. Like
exactly.
It's just it's been a really bizarre thing to watch in all of these different industries.
Yeah, it's a mind virus. It's captured universities and then it bled out into corporations.
One of my favorite questions to ask people is starting a company's hard. You can't you'll fail most of the time even when you don't constrain yourself to trying to change the social system. Like, look, if you could make it where there's all those moms all get into games and it was free, like that'd be great.
Here's the best thing about it is that the games that moms get into are like World of Warcraft. There are more soccer moms playing World of Warcraft than probably there are, like playing a lot of these other girl games. They're probably playing the new Call of Duty. Even there's that. Yeah, this is the thing on plain sight. Yeah, they won't admit. Everybody knows this.
But it's not. It's a trade-off, right? You have to take resources you would have put on your real customers, and put it towards them.
There's
One question I ask people is just ideologically.
Opportunity cost.
Imagine your job is to build a corporate building for a company. And the company, you know exactly who they are. You know how many men there are. You know how many women there are. We don't have to say how many there are. Like, we're not. Don't make it about one gender.
You're gonna make it 50-50 instead of make it based off of the amount that there actually are. That's what he's gonna say.
Versus another. It's just there are lots of men. There's lots of women. I won't pick a number. When you're designing this building, should you have the number of bathrooms that would best serve the actual gender makeup of the company that would allow them to use the bathroom and get back to their desk without waiting in line? Or would you do anything else? Like, would you pursue a different strategy? And if it's different, like, what would your strategy be? And many people say, well, I would build it, perfect 50-50. And if they say, well, I'm doing that because it's, the easiest way to do it, I'm like, okay, that's fine. But if they say, well,
Man. How about that?
I would
How about that?
I want to create an environment where it should eventually be 50% men, 50% women. I say, okay, so wait, you have a company, 90% men, 10% women. You think the men should have to wait in line 5 times as long at the bathroom because
of your
someday
ideology.
that might make more women want to work at this company? And it's one of those really interesting dividing questions where it's basically, do you want to solve the problem that allows you?
Do you want to solve the problem, or do you want to feel good about not solving the problem? That's it. 100% is Palmer.
Clip Chimp, let him finish talking, goddammit.
Lucky? Yeah, I know. It's the CEO of Andurial. He's the one, by the way, whose company, Mod Retro, got taken out of the Indie Game Awards because he was like a totally, basically, okay, so they were selling a Game Boy, but I mean, it's not a Game Boy, but it's basically a Game Boy. It's a portable video game system. Can't say Game Boy. And they're selling this portable video game system, and the proceeds for that portable video game system went to veterans. I don't know if it was homeless veterans with some mental thing, but it was a veterans charity, and the money went to that, and it had the Andurial branding because Andurial is a defense company, and there's veterans, and so you can see how these things fit together. Well, for that reason, the Indie Game Awards took his product off the market, and I think it was Indie Game Awards. There was some other place that was like doing what was the website that was doing this too? I don't know what it is. So since Andurial gone public yet, I have no idea if they have or not. But my point is that psychos, absolute psychos. So they're so retarded that in their virtue signaling of how much they care about people, they've ended up now rescinding support for something that was directly funding and helping veterans. That's it. And so these are Gamergate didn't go far enough. Well, that's why I'm here.
Kappa.
Yeah, I know. That's my best. The 2 fat retards, I remember them. Here's the problem, though, is that I don't know how many, but I know that it was at least, in fact, 3 fat retards. It wasn't just them. There were more. I know.
This to succeed, or are you trying to achieve totally parallel social aims at the expense of the business? And companies are hiring a lot of people who think about it that way.
Yep,
they don't see their role.
They are hiring activists rather than workers. They are hiring believers rather than creators.
As to come in and make the company better, or to make a better product for their customer. They see it as to come in and affect that change, even if it tanks the company in the process.
That's right. Because that's why they're fucking parasites. Because they don't care about the host. All they want to do is extract as many virtue points and as many social points out of it as possible, and then they leave it to fucking die, like they've done with so many video game franchises over the years. They are a cancer, a parasite, and they need to be rooted the fuck out.
That happened.
How did that happen? Here's the reason why I think it happened. It's because the people that work at these companies are a bunch of skinny little nerdy losers like me that have no chance of ever getting a girlfriend, and so the only way that they can make any woman pay attention to them, their mating strategy is subservience. It's subservience, obedience, and blind obedience to anything they say. I'm gonna do what you tell me to do. I don't need to think. You're gonna think for me. You're gonna tell me what to do. So it is a simp mentality. It is a simp mentality that all of these guys have allowed these toxic parasitic people to come into their communities and come into their culture and change it, and none of them want to speak up against it because they're little fucking simps. That's the reason why.
Big true, but not all of them. There are obviously ones that have been grandfathered into the system, right? Before the contagion happened. When I've talked about the parallel society that gamers have to end up making, The one that basically people like myself are involved in. The one that involves people, I guess, irrelevant. That obviously involves people like Asmongold, but also involves people like Smash JT and not J-Tech, J Viper. And all of the other people that are considered to be the anti-woke brigade. In this parallel society of gaming, there are some people that were grandfathered in with an argument. Then there are some people that wanted to make it about themselves. Then there are people like Asmongold that through them and their notoriety, they awaken and activate more people to the topics and subject matter. You're going to hit a cycle. You're going to hit a number where eventually you're going to arrive at a form of parity. And that form of parity then controls your connecting point to where you're going to go to next for the topic in question. Sad. You're going to be able to build a parallel line where the people that appeal to the thing that you're trying to make happen are a part of a cycle that they will be able to benefit from because they are a part of that particular sphere of influence that they're going to join. And in this particular sphere of influence, of this content that you find this person doing, you find these people doing, that's going to let them connect to content eventually. That they become a part of that heuristic. It's going to be the case that that is going to reflect either positively or negatively upon the entire sphere of influence. And then the conversation becomes whatever best works for the narrative at the time. So, the anti-woke question is that you've got a lot of people that are going to want to have this appeal because they have the nostalgia. Then you're going to have the people that are the activist parasites that are just doing it because this is the best way for them to be able to affect the change in the politics that they want. Then you're going to have the people that are going to have been a third or fourth generation add-on, because the first generation were the people who found themselves in it. The second generation were the people who saw the first generation do it and they said, I'm going to make something out of this for myself. However it goes, whatever happens next, you're going to be stuck in between it. And whatever that conversation is, I'm going to have to prepare dinner in a second. Whatever that actually, no, I'll do it after this video. Whatever that conversation ends up being, whatever it is and what it becomes a part of, is going to reflect the opinions of the people that were a part of the conversation to begin with. Because it's going to be a very big number. A very, very big number. And the amount of people that are going to be basically influencers trying to get something out of it, it's going to be very hard to separate them from the old society and the new society. Because you're going to want to try and stop people from investing themselves unfairly without actually having to do whatever. But it is the case that whatever happens, it's going to be the case that you can't tell who's who. Unfortunately, you're going to have to do a little bit of gatekeeping to make that possible.
It is the simp economy.
I don't know.
I'm not saying iDubbbz. A lot of people in chat are saying iDubbbz. I'm not saying that. That's what other people are saying.
That's common.
I think that probably there's a lot of theories. I can give you mine. It was the zero interest rate phenomenon theory.
Zero interest rate. Yeah, you're going to talk about venture capitalism or something like that. I want to talk about zero interest rate on dating websites. I want to talk about zero interest rate with these guys in terms of the probability of them having a girl that likes them. That's the zero interest rate I want to talk about because that's the driving fucking factor.
Familiar with this?
No.
The zero interest rate phenomenon, ZIRP, they call it. Or some people call it the zero interest rate period. So ZERP was this period of time that we've really seen over the last 15 years up until very recently.
A lot of investment.
Where money was basically free to borrow.
It's crazy. So fucking ridiculous. Yes.
That's where you've seen so much economic growth.
Yes.
You've seen a lot of it artificially propped up.
This is a separate issue, but yes, he's right.
I think a lot of like these streaming plays have been propped up by ZERP.
Absolutely, 100%.
When interest rates are extremely low,
they're
and money
all
is
losing money.
Very cheap to borrow, people will spend tons and tons of money. The economy appears to be doing very well. You have the growth that looks good on the stock market, and so companies don't need to ever tighten their belts.
This is something that, like, I'm so glad he's saying this. Like, I don't want to watch the whole thing, right? But like, I might watch more parts of this. I'm so glad he's saying this. The GDP.
It's very sad that he's demonstrating that he's not going to watch more parts of it because he's kind of clip-shipping the parts out of it he wants to use for the argument. But this is basically what caused this problem inside of gaming, because this is exactly what happened during COVID, as well as what happened in the lead-up to the big boom and then the big bubble bursting, once they actually had to start cutting back when everything started breaking down, as a consequence of them going too big too fast and then becoming too big to fail.
Is fake. The GDP is like, oh wow, the number's high. Okay, can you afford your car payment? No, you can't? Oh, okay, well then it's maybe not so good, huh? How about that? So people, like, they use, this is what they do. They use these artificial indicators to confuse the average American into thinking that their life is improving. It's not. It's getting worse. Your life is getting worse. The majority, over 90% of the wealth gains after COVID were by the top 1% of the population. Oh, but the graph. Fuck the graph. What about your life? And again, think about how many midwit, below average, barely average intelligence people that don't really understand statistics, numbers, and any sort of data collection method. They don't really, they're not think, these are people that think in terms of abstractions, but they can't think about real life. It fools them. And the reason why it fools them is because it appeals to their ego, the ego that they're not a retard. But unfortunately, in believing it, they reveal that they are.
And higher and higher and higher. They can become grossly inefficient. They can pursue things that don't make money.
Absolutely.
And they're still doing okay. And so a lot of these companies, their employees were kind of
it's like having, like, it's like a Rep Paladin in Classic WoW raid. Where, like, if you have a Rep Paladin in a Classic WoW raid, it means you have a really great raid. It's like the reason why these, like, rich women have these, like, fancy dogs. It's like you have this useless fucking $6,000 dog that does nothing, that has to be taken care of every day. It's like it's a status symbol that, look how much money and how much disposable income we have. We can take care of this useless piece of shit. Now, whether this useless piece of shit is called Phil the Poodle or Vander McConnell the Rep Paladin, it doesn't really matter, right? Or hey, Lilith in HR. It's all the same.
You had people coming out of college who believed their job was to change the world by using the money of these corporations.
That's right.
And the corporations didn't push back on it because they would be accused of being bigots, committing hate crimes, and they said, you know what? The stock is going up. Everything's going well.
They companies don't care.
We can just keep doing that.
Absolutely.
My theory is actually that interest rates going up have been very good for solving this problem. You've seen a lot.
That's right. Natural selection.
Of layoffs in the tech industry.
Ooh.
You've seen a lot of layoffs in the media industry.
Ooh.
I think that a lot of those are driven by interest rates rising, money's not free, and now companies have to actually make what people want.
Pause. It's that, and the fact they're no longer being given a free ride from the bureaucracy. Things that don't work have to go the way of the dodo, because if it doesn't serve a function, I'm not going to get it in time. If it doesn't serve a function, it doesn't need to exist. And therefore, it's a waste of time and a waste of influence. Couldn't find it in time. You moved my camera! They don't get free money from the government. That's number one. Number two, they actually have to make things that people want to consume. So they can't easily be able to ignore what many people could easily point out is a part of the paradigm. Then they have the issue that is, when people deny this being a thing that is responsible for this viewpoint, they have to address the deeper concern Why is it that you think all of this is going the way that it's going? And they have to have an answer that is more than just, well, the chuds. Because the chuds aren't the ones responsible for it. It's like when we were dealing with fucking Stormcloak Carl, right? When we were dealing with the takes of Elijah. You can be able to say a bunch of shit you can about black excellence and about the acceptance of emotionality to the core of men. But you have to actually explain what the fuck is causing them to not be able to have the discussion in the first place. And if you want to call a spade, by all means, we'll sit there all day and we'll call a fucking spade. But don't piss in my fucking mouth and call it Granny's peach tea. We know what it is on the surface. We might not want to admit it, because then that's going to let them have whatever they want to have. But don't lie to me. Don't fucking lie to me. Simple as that. Just don't fucking lie to me.
You have to imagine... No, guys, it's so terrible. We have to make money now. Well, what do you mean we have to make money? That means we have to make products for our customers. Oh, but we hate our customers. This is terrible. And then they go and blame AI. As if AI isn't also detecting cancer.
I mean, there's AI slop, obviously. There's more than enough AI slop to go around for everybody. Let's not cope and say that that's not the case. Let's not be that retarded. Because that would be retarded.
Jesus Christ. I can't believe that I live in this age. You know? I simultaneously love it and also wish that I lived as like a farmer in like the Middle Ages and I like just died from a toothache at like age, I mean for me, age like 19. You know, things would have been way better. Yeah, this would have been way better.
Did you see, you probably didn't, but did you happen to see the first quarterly earnings call by the new CEO of Warner Brothers who came in a year or two? He came in a year or two ago, and it was incredible.
Yeah.
He had this speech that was exactly what fans wanted to hear and what investors wanted to hear, but his employees were furious. He came on and said,
by the way, the easiest group to replace.
In my tenure, I'm going to pursue something that's a bit novel for Warner Brothers. Instead of making movies that people don't want to see, I'm going to make movies that people do want to see. Instead of making movies that don't make money, instead, we will make movies that do make money. And to do that, we are going to make products that people want. Like Batman and Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. And that is going to be the core of our
Aragorn's going to be
success.
gay, right?
And like that's what fans want.
He's going to be non-binary.
They're going to stop making these kind of social justice pieces and make us the things that we actually want. The investors love it because he says they're going to make money. But the people who are angry were all of the college students who joined thinking that they were going to use billions of dollars from Warner Brothers to make their pet
parasites, absolute parasites,
art film projects about various oppressed groups. And I think that is happening across the industry, and I think that's a good thing. It's a good adjustment.
It absolutely is, and that's the reason AI is going to put all of them back at Starbucks. It's going to put all of them back on DoorDash. It's going to send all of them back to McDonald's. Welcome home.
Kappa.
That makes sense.
Oh my god.
So speaking of making things.
Oh yeah.
Bust out the helmet, son.
All right, so the new one, yeah, bro. Like they going hard as fuck with this shit. Like I can't watch the whole thing, but like Anduriel's making some crazy ass shit. I'm gonna link y'all the video, right? I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. I love Palmer Luckey. I think he's a great guy, and yeah, that's about it, right? I think he's great. So it's the same guy. Offered 100K to disassemble a solid shock collar. He 200% watches the stream. Perfect all crafts gets. He always follows you. Wait, he was the one that did that? Oh my god. Well, maybe we'll see what happens.
Kappa. So, the basic common sense take of video games should be for people who want to buy them, as well as appealing to the niche that the company was designed to appeal to, and not allowing people like, say, Naira VT to get money just because they whined. Not allowing people like Anna Bollins to get into an agency that wants to appeal to men. Not allowing people like Alicia Mercante to get into a career field where she clearly hates the people that are around her and wants to be able to call them evil monsters, bigots, and what have you. Instead of appealing to those individuals with the annoying perspectives that they come with, you make them actually have to hold something. You make them actually have to fucking hold something that you don't have the ability to complain about it, because they actually have to have an opinion. Yeah, that's pretty much normal. And the fact that that was the thing that then made him Spurg, that then made Irrelevant go on this campaign that put him in the path of the Carl, well, again, wait till the 5th! I'll be right back. Okay. Now we get to the thing that, like, that Exo-Christian wanted. I exposed Minnesota's billion-dollar fraud scandal.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside this building.
Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota, as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent business.
Why can't people ask questions like normal human beings? Okay. Any more interruptions, life?
Businesses. So much fraud, it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as they enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent businesses underneath welfare purposes. Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia like the Al-Shabaab, and others enriched themselves all at the US taxpayers' expense. And in this video we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is David. Let's get into this and be prepared to be shocked. How deep is this?
And because he did this, because he did actual investigative journalism on the level of what you could say was done by O'Keefe before they tried to remove him from Project Veritas and he went off to make O'Keefe Media, they decided to say, actually, this guy, he just went around to these businesses and was harassing them. Like, he just started harassing these businesses randomly. Like, he was just going up to the places and saying, show me the kids, show me the kids. Like, why do you think people would naturally let you do that? This was an argument that people made and have still been making on Twitter for a good chunk of time now. And it floors me. It shouldn't, but it still does. And it always will. It floors me that our local political understanders don't get that when you say what you want is praxis, and you get praxis, you cannot then get mad that it's not done the way that you like it. But of course, that's kind of what's happening right now. That praxis is being done in ways that leftists don't like. And that part of the problem is that they want it to stop happening so that that person stops becoming famous for it. They did it to Caleb Hammer about 1 to 2 weeks straight. I guess the news cycle's about to start up with this guy, because this was the entire craze that most people have been concerned with, and that's been going on, right? I know very little, mainly because I haven't seen a single person link the fucking video that it came from, just taking clips out of context constantly. Which, can we stop doing that? Can we please normalize context? Can we normalize giving people the material in question? Can we stop going through the conversation of, I don't like what this person's doing, but not a single person can show you the full clip of what they're talking about? All because they want to siphon views off of it? and give themselves some level of attention, that'd be great. Wonderful. But I honestly don't understand. Somebody's going to need to explain it to me. What is the problem here? What's happening in the context of the material that people do not like? I'm answering a question in my DMs. But yeah, I don't see the problem here. I don't see the problem other than the fact that it's doing praxis in a way that the leftists don't like, because the people I've been watching complain about this has been leftists that then decided to say, he's harassing a business. Of course, they wouldn't show the children that should be here, easily recognizable in this area where there would be people in this daycare that has a sign that is the most generic shit that you've ever seen before. This business that doesn't have Somali workers as a part of something like Children's Way or Children's Connection, not something connected to a business like The Growing Room, not a business connected to an accredited website such as care.com, but no, just a random generic fucking building out here in bumfuck nowhere that supposedly is taking care of people, but you can't find a single case example of children. Now, it'd be the case that it'd be very easy to say, well, of course they're not going to be publicly outside. That's a snatching hazard. But there's no gated area. There's no gated playset. There's no monitors. Even at my local fucking church, around the corner from my place, St. Mark's, which is on a fucking whatever the fuck kind of church on the side of the road, because I live in an area known as double churches, and the actual double church is like somewhere in that general direction, and a bunch of other Presbyterian, Episcopalian, AMC, and other fucking churches. They themselves have their own gated area on the property where you can easily, at any time of day where it's normal operating hours, you can see that there are children. The same way downtown with a place like St. Luke's, or any private school that has area coverage, like Pacelli, or any other business like Our Lady of Lords. Like, no proof that there are children, no discernible signs that there are classrooms, just a fucking plated front business operating out of a building with nondescript lettering and a paraphernalia attached to it. The same thing that you could confuse as a nail salon, or a fucking mom and pop shop that makes very specifically good ass food. And no one seems to put two and two together. Or they don't even see the argument where it's like, we should look into this. People being frauded out of money, that's probably important. Think of the money that could go to Palestine because of that. Whatever you gotta do to activate them on the issue. It's just the case that they decided to pretend they do not understand what's being discussed. Basically. Two rat scorpions.
This fraud here inside of Minnesota.
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion. How I got involved is that where my office is here in Minneapolis, I'm sort of in the heart of all of this fraud, and I would see these child care centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day, and all I see are a couple of guys standing out front smoking. And then I'd go by another daycare, and I'd see the same thing. I said, well, where do these kids play? And so I started to go online and look, and I said, this place is licensed for 80 children. They had 0 children. Every time I went by there, they never had a single child there. And then I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation, contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be. And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned.
This is a fact. This is actually something that directly affects me because, as those of you know, I have recently done the work to become a properly licensed caregiver through the business that I do from my house. Those of you in the Discord have seen me post my accreditations after I did my thing. Dealing with non-medical transport is very difficult and hard because it's all based on scheduling, and getting it for, quote, free, very difficult, very hard, because you need to be on top of your shit while it's happening. You miss something, it costs you. You are late to something and have to reschedule, it costs you. The timing is important. You have to be up at the crack of whenever the fuck they're supposed to arrive, get them in, get them out. It's a whole fucking thing. I've had to deal with it for recent emergencies. I've had to deal, well, not recent emergencies, but recent surgeries. I had to deal with it for recent surgeries. Had to deal for it with what would be considered an emergency surgery. When I was working at the place I was working at before, when I was still working for a Fortune 500 company, I had to deal with it for myself, and I ended up having to cancel, which is why I lost this tooth. About to lose this one here, because it's becoming an ever-widening gap. Scheduling the appointment to go to the place is one fucking problem. Then getting the transport, should you not have transportation of your own, it's another fucking problem. You might as well fucking buy a lift. It's cheaper. Hope you have insurance.
Nobody from the state of Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check.
So right here we have all this paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research, and then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years, and so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state Capitol.
All this paperwork right here, what are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a childcare not far from here in Minneapolis that has two childcares listed at the same address, and together they're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever, and I've been by that place at least 100 times.
These Somalians.
Oh, stalker, 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 he was by there 100 times. Oh! You know what I haven't noticed yet? You know what I haven't seen coming out from the Capitol concerning this shit? I haven't seen a single fucking person show me a state investigator doing the same thing. Not once. I haven't seen a single post about state investigators. I haven't seen a single official government statement in any place, including social media. Not once. Not a single one. I never do. Especially when I look into local politics. Never do. Lord have mercy, the amount of shit that I can find just for the state of Georgia alone. Never once do I see it.
These groups are setting up these daycares, these childcare centers, getting money from the government, but there's no kids.
No kids. Never had any of them. They're all fraught with violations, and even though they have these violations, they're still in operation and they're still getting money. And it's millions of dollars for every one of them every year.
And who's getting the money? And where are they getting the money from?
So we have a thing called CCAP. It's a blend of federal and state money. The bottom line is it's taxpayer money, so it's state money and it's federal money. And the problem is the people at the state of Minnesota are the ones writing the checks. This is kind of the maddening thing is you have daycare, so you have adult daycare, and then you have child care, and then you have health care. And a lot of these same names keep coming up on all of these different types of businesses. And then, of course, we have the transportation, and a lot of those same names appear, a lot of the same addresses. There's one building that has 14 Somali healthcare companies at the same address. There's another building in St. Paul that has 22 Somali healthcare businesses at the same address.
And the government knows about this?
The government knows, they're writing the checks. Yeah, the Democrats over there just writing the checks. What has happened is that the Somali community is a very closed community. They will not speak to anyone outside the community and talk about what's going on within the community. They vote as a block. And so when you're a politician, you're saying, look, I've got 100,000 people in Minnesota that if I do something for the community, they're going to vote for me. And that's what it's all about, is getting the votes. And then the people here in Minnesota, you hear this term, Minnesota nice. I'm so sick of that term. The people here are so afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe. And they're afraid of their own shadow. And I don't understand. This is our future generations are going to have to pay for all this fraud. And they just want to bury their heads in the sand and go on and just not worry about it. Tim Walz saying there's organized crime in Minnesota. What did he do about it? Nothing. Organized crime? What are you doing? This is the Minnesota law, which mandates that anyone who knows of fraud and is a state employee must report that fraud. It's
the responsibility to report. Yeah. Every state has this in various ways, except for a couple ones, mostly Democratic ones. Might be in a couple purple states too, but pretty much you have this. You are compelled to report, and if you do not report, then you are going to be liable for the fraud.
Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9. Not only that, but Walz is also guilty of misconduct of a public employee. When I look at the world as a whole, and I look at fraud, the Twin Cities is ground zero. The fraud is worse here than anywhere else ever in history. Anywhere.
We're going to go confront these people. We're going to go to these daycare centers. We're going to see what's actually happening.
Okay, so we have to be careful because these people are very violent. They're exceptionally violent.
Now, with all of David's evidence, we headed out to the streets of Minneapolis to see how much fraud we could uncover in one afternoon.
Where are we going now?
We're going to a place called Mako Child Care, which actually has another child care registered at the same address called Mini Child Care Center.
So we should see lots of children if there's this child care center, especially if there's two.
The two of them combined are licensed for 120.
And how much money have these child care centers received?
None of those vans had moved in 6 months. None of them. In 2020, one of them received $1.3 million. In 2021, they got $987,000. In 2022, they got $714,000. That's the last I have for that one. And then the other one, $1.604 million in fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2024, they got about $800,000, and in fiscal year 2023, they got $904,059. This place right here. Yes.
We're outside of it.
Well, this is actually two daycares are registered here. One of them is Mako, which you see on this sign. The other one is Mini Child Care Center. And between the two of these child care centers, they're pulling in about $3 million a year. And there are no children. Every facility as you go to, the windows will be blocked out so you can't see in. There's nobody here. You won't see a single child at any of these facilities.
There are indeed.
Now, here's where I can probably give you some criticism. If I'm going to do investigative journalism, and I'm going to look into this, I'm going to want to walk into this building as though I am an individual who's invested in bringing my child, right? I'm going to say, hi, I would like to be able to look into whether or not I want to invest into having my child as a part of your daycare. But I would like to see the facility. I'd like to have a walkthrough. And what you do, and you can do this with any business because they are forced to do this as a part of law, you can ask for a tour. You can schedule a tour. Just like how at a private school you can schedule an open house, or they'll have a posted day for an open house where prospective parents can come and bring their children as a part of what you want to give them the opportunity to go through things. You say to them, I want for you to go here and ask them, I would like to do an open house. Can I schedule one? And then you do whatever spy cam shit you want to do, wire the place however you want to do it. Make sure you tell a government official that you have done this. Otherwise, it can be considered illegal surveillance. Don't be stupid. Be smart. But you wire yourself. You wire your crew. You do the open house experience. You go through. You do all the work. You do all the checksums. And you say, okay, I have done the shit. I know what I'm doing. And I can say that there are no children at this place. No kids. Didn't see a single one. Did everything possible to find them. Couldn't find them. You do this so that you can be able to show a paper trail. That there is no child. They can't present an example of a child. Allegedly they are there, but they are not. It is a problem. It must be discussed. Blah, 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 blah. When you do that, what you're going to end up doing is you're going to have a paper trail that no matter what a person says, they can be like, well, you could say that they looked ridiculous, but you know what we don't see? Them being wrong. No kids. And you keep doing this in this way to every single business. And you do it at different times of the year. All part of the same investigation. Do it as a yearly investigation. Drop some in fiscal quarter 1. Do some in fiscal quarter 2. Do some in fiscal quarter 3. Then round out with the biggest busts, with the biggest ones in quarter 4. Do it in such a way where you do not alarm the criminal network, and so that you can get as many examples as possible. Then you take all this footage, you do a public reveal, and then you do a coverage of the press conference, and you display it before the state capitol senate. And the people that are a part of the administration of that state capitol senate, they're going to have to address it. The governor will have to address it. Your local representatives are going to have to address it. And you get examples of all the people on guard. And you give them information so they can investigate it. And you compel them to investigate it. Through all of the normal means. Namely, shame. Shame and the fact that they're going to lose constituents because they're trying to cover for crime. You do this, you will nip the problem in the bud fucking immediately. Because there's no way they're going to be able to claim anything else other than a concerned citizen is responsible with the investigation. Because you go through all the methods to remove any of the sensationalism. Of course, you're going to have the spectacle of the fact you're doing it, but you make this a labor. Don't do it like you're trying to review bump lights. Don't do it like you're trying to go out on the street like fat bastard Vito Guswalti. Don't do it those ways. Don't act like a lolcow. Do it smart. They'll be more upset with you, but you'll, again, have done actual praxis. Get somebody from the left wing to be a part of your organization, get somebody from the right wing as a part of your organization. Make it a bipartisan issue. So that any hyper-partisan looks like a fucking baboon when they try to argue against this being something that should have been done. That's what I would have done with this. Because if you just go up as a regular fucking guy, you ain't got a kid to go through, and you're saying, look, the windows are blacked out! Anybody can say fucking anything. That's my one criticism.
No windows, all the windows are blacked out right here. Alright, let's go in. No. And the childcare center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell? Try to get in, rang the doorbell, nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. it says here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here. And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday. And if this was a daycare center, it wouldn't just be in some industrialized building. There would be maybe like a playground or something outside, or...
There's no play area for the kids, so where are the kids? Where's anybody? How can there be nobody here? And it's like this every single day. I've never seen a single child here. In 9 years, I've never seen a single child at this building. Right there.
Oh, then now it looks like we already got the Somalis coming through.
Yeah, they're coming. The word's out.
Hello, is this your daycare?
No. Can you tell us why there are no children? Have you ever seen children at this child care center?
I'm not sure. I don't.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here. All right, let's go to the next location.
And the fraud only gets more from here. Make sure you stay till the very end of this video to see exactly how much fraud we find by the time we are done. And before we go to the next location, I want to show you something super interesting about the flags of Minnesota.
And here in Minnesota, if you take a look at the Minnesota state flag, they recently changed it, and it very much so resembles the flag of Somalia. And really quick, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip. What used to just be an...
Well, there's a second criticism. Hey, if you're breaking worldwide news about fraud, maybe don't connect it to something like your boy Shadow Legends. Maybe don't connect it to Surfsark. Maybe leave out the Factor sponsorship. Just saying! Because then it becomes, well, you're just doing this to make money. Which I'm sure that's one of the arguments people have made. But, you know, Barbara Walters, when you were breaking some news, Katie Couric, when you were breaking some news, Walter Cronkite, when you were breaking some news, Anna Kasperi, when you were breaking some news, I cannot say Fitzgerald. I can't say Sean Fitzgerald, because he actually does do this. But, you know, his videos are much shorter, they're much sweeter, they get to the point much faster. If you are a person that's a part of an investigative team, if you are a person that's a part of an organization like the Young Turks, if you're a part of any personal organization or fact-finding organization that's trying to do on-the-ground reporting, maybe leave the sponsor out of the middle, or say, hey, this investigation that I've done was made part and possible by, and then hit him with an Arthur fucking sponsorship read. Okay? Go through everything you have to. Tell him about the Arthur Dyke, about the Arthur Finding Davis Foundation. Do everything you got to. Say all of the shit either in the beginning or the end, not in the middle, where it's like, yes, thank you, Surfshark VPN, for sponsoring this content. Now back to the fraud. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
AI Clipper has now become the most powerful AI growth tool for creators and users to do the rest of
Of course, it's AI shit, so it's a problem.
My mom can use it.
And if I can use it, I know you can use it.
And right now, for you guys watching this video,
Kappa.
This is going to hook you guys up with a sweet early
2025
months at 50% off. And now
Okay.
let's get back into the video. Now we're going to the next daycare center. How much money has this one generated?
This one, in fiscal year 2025, $1,042,059. In fiscal year 2024, $1,059,078. And in fiscal year 2023, $727,336.
This next one is literally one block away, and this one's also generated nearly $3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open. Here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out. Let's see if anybody is here. This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating.
Why are they in a... Okay, that's fucked up. Why are they inside of an office block like that, where they are located around each other? Are these competing businesses, or are they owned by the exact same facility? Because you have to have somebody on the paperwork that shows that they're the ones responsible for the business and the building and the operations. If they're owned by the same group of people, it should be easily exploitable to show this inside the paperwork for the actual person who owns the lease for the building for the business that's operating. Otherwise, that's probably one of the most open and shut cases of, yeah, they're obviously defrauding us that I could ever tell you that existed. That's probably like the #1 red flag right there.
Operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars.
I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door.
Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I want to put my son Joey in daycare.
And after a few questions, the lady went silent.
Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
I mean, you don't have a child there. You're being hyper suspicious. You already have cameras out. You have big obvious cameras out. Peeling the layers. It's definitely amateur hour, but whatever.
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Childcare.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. and there are no kids, and all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door.
I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cuz I need a spot to put my son Joey. Is this your daycare center?
No, it's not. What's happening?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
Yeah. What's happening?
Where are the kids?
Yeah.
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked there?
He's there. Kids there.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You worked here. Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in the daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
I'm not my son. No. You're a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How can I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
Because of my...
Because of your color. Well, let's have a conversation about businesses that are owned by generational families and generational cultures. If you go to a nail salon, and that nail salon happens to be owned by a family. You go to a Chinese restaurant, and that business happens to be owned by the same people who operate it, and they're just hiring their cousins. There's probably a bit of racism. A little bit. Not a lot, because obviously you want food. Random black person who wants to eat Chinese cuisine is not going to be the kind of person that's going to really be all over you for whatever reason. But you go to a Chinese business. That Chinese business probably has, like, just a little bit of racism. Not a lot, but a little. Not abnormal to hear somebody say something like that, like, bro, I'm worried about your skin color. This is probably the more ridiculous example of the take. And why would you say that openly in front of the camera? Obviously they're not paid. It's not a paid actor. But there's probably a little bit of it. Yet, I don't know. Stupid criminals or just casual white racism? You decide.
My color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
You said you're scared of me because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now, they're all getting mad because he's showing the paperwork of this business being registered as a business. 74 children, no children. We saw one child when they opened up the door. So now they're all getting mad.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
After the owner, I'm the kids.
Well, then why are you talking for the owner if you're telling me to talk to the owner?
I'm sorry. I'm not understand what you're talking about.
Do you have a child here?
No.
Does anybody?
No.
Where are the 74 kids? Did you lose them? Did you lose these kids? Do I need to call someone? Do I need to issue an Amber Alert for missing children? Are these children missing? It's not my business that children are missing. 74 infants and toddlers, preschool.
The proof's right there. There's no children anywhere.
It's from the state of Minnesota right here.
We're moving on to the next location. Have a good day.
As we continue to show the blatant fraud that was taking place here in Minnesota, Somalis started following us around the city.
And now we're being followed by the Somalis. This is another daycare center. Absolutely no signage. And there's no footprints in the snow. The children playing outside. $5 million. Within the past
5.9 million in 2 years. 5.9 million they received in 2 years. That facility right there.
And now we have a group of Somalis telling us in our vehicle right now.
From this daycare center, we headed over to the infamous Quality Learning Center, which actually spells Quality Leering Center on the outside of their sign. That's how blatant this fraud is here at this daycare.
Don't open up!
So this is Quality Leering Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Don't open
They
up!
said they spelled learning wrong.
Don't open up!
How do you have ice here, ma'am? I'm literally a YouTuber.
Don't open up!
Ma'am, what do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Don't open up! We have ice!
And what do you think about this place being licensed for 99 children
Don't open up!
and getting $4 million over the
Open up! It's ice!
$4 million in the last 2 years?
Go away!
Don't open up, it's ice. I don't think that's legal. Maybe a misdemeanor. Especially if you're actively attempting to prevent an investigation that can then be submitted to the public for their interest. If they were ICE, you'd be obstructing law enforcement. You'd be obstructing legal operations of the feds, and you'd be going to pound me in the poop of prison, or you'd be getting detained. But lying and saying that an investigative research team is ICE, so that you can scare the Somalis into not opening the door and or being investigated. Ding. Another sin against white women.
What do you think about that? Are you in favor? Are you in favor of that?
Go away! You're not welcome here. Shame on you.
Are you in favor of $1.9 million going illegally, fraudulently to this business that has quality learning center but can't even spell learning right on the door?
Don't open up!
Ma'am, we are not ICE.
I don't care who you are. You don't belong here.
I belong here just like you belong here.
Don't open up! It's ICE!
You do realize that there's supposed to be 99 children right here at this building, but there's no one here. This is a child daycare center.
99 children. Paid $1.9 million this year in CCAP funding. Do you know where the children are? Were they kidnapped? They run away? Where are the children? This is the state of Minnesota. Right here.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
And who are you with?
Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Yeah, so who are you with here?
Oh, he's just been doing some research investigating the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm with Nick Shirley.
You should be capable of saying his name, but then again, if he's just a concerned citizen that has been an ex-government worker, you can say that it's an ex-government worker. But, you know, I'm Nick Shirley on YouTube. Here's my channel. Here's my research. Here's the stuff that I'd like to talk about. Instead of barking it over and over again, walk them through it, because if they're not going to engage, you can make them to engage. Demonstrating that if you have people basically working on behalf of the Somalis to just warn them of don't open up, don't allow this to happen, you get them on camera, whatever she says and does becomes a part of the investigation, because hey, look, here's people who are covering up for the fraud. They'll actively lie and say that people that are asking about it must be ICE, which demonstrates even more of a reason to have a James O'Keefe-style breakdown of investigation of what's going on behind the scenes. That would work better to your interest.
This lady, she's calling us ICE. We're just trying to put law and order back in the streets of the United States. Get rid of all the fraud. Have you ever seen children at that daycare center right there? Yeah, it's right there. It says the child. You've never seen daycare. I haven't seen anybody yet. We're going to educate you on something. So what do you think about this daycare center? They spelled learning wrong. They've received over $1.9 million this year alone, and they're supposed to have 99 children here.
I don't see it.
Have you ever seen any children here?
None at all. None.
This year they got 1.9 million. Last year they got 1.5 million of your tax money for 99 children. We just want to know where are the kids.
Right.
Where are the children?
I don't see them. I've been here since 2017. I haven't seen anybody like
never
that here.
Never seen a child here?
Nope, not at all.
And so you've never seen a child here for 8 years?
Nope, not at all.
And how does that make you feel knowing that this place is receiving $1.9 million?
It's disgusting. I mean, what the hell? They steal the money. That's a federal grant, too. That's, if they get caught, that's a federal offense. I know I studied law.
And do you think Tim Walton...
Ding, 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 ding. Exactly why you do man on the street coverage.
should go to jail for all the fraud that he's enabled here in his state?
That's him doing this? Heck yeah. He's got to be held accountable for this. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason what's going on here. It's simple. It's nothing there. It's a parking lot.
And look, they even spelled learning wrong on their sign for a place that's supposed to be educating children.
That's crazy. Well, I mean, who runs it? Who supposedly runs it?
Somalians.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, it's just, I've never seen nobody here at all.
So how long have you been living here?
Since 2017.
You've never seen a single child walk in that building?
No, not at all.
So this daycare center is literally just a place to traffic money. $1.9 million just this year alone. And this guy's been living here for 8 years and has never seen a single child walk through those doors. There's no windows either. No. And the only window they do have, the door, is blacked out.
Yep, I see that. I've never seen anybody go in there.
Within just a few hours, we nearly approached $20 million in fraud, and we headed over to George Floyd's neighborhood to expose more of the fraud taking place.
Yes. First get the Somalis angry, then get the angry white women. Now get the angry woke black people. Yes. Let's get more stink pieces about how whites are using their privilege to attack underprivileged minorities and businesses. Yes. Yes. More. We need more.
Place is called Future Leaders Early Learning Center, and it's licensed for 90 children. And in fiscal year 2025, they received $3.6 million. In fiscal year 2024, they received $3 million. So in 2 years, they got $6.67 million, claiming they have 90 children every day of the week, 5 days a week. So let's
these people are making just about more money than NBA athletes.
And we don't even know if they're paying taxes, but we don't know where this money is going. Is it going to terrorism? Where is it going? But it's theft, it's fraud. And the reason I'm involved is I want it to stop. I care about Minnesota. I'm doing this for the people of Minnesota. I don't make a dime of all this time I've spent on this. I put my life at risk several times, but I'm determined to see this through and to correct what is wrong.
Well, that's not exactly true. Now, is it? You're not an anonymous person who's making sure that your identity is not seen on camera. You're here with the YouTuber, going to each place, hitting your lines, doing your spiel. By being a part of this, you will gain some level of notoriety and fame, right? Let's not be silly. That's going to definitely happen. But certainly you're not the biggest person that has to gain from this. But let's just head that accusation off right before people start making it, even though I'm pretty sure they already have.
Here at Future Leaders Early Learning Center, this building received over $3 million. Hello, how are you? I would like to see if I can bring...
Okay, you have the glass door. It's not covered. You have paintings on the inside. This one it looks like it could be legitimate, but let's find out.
Little Joey, my son little Joey here. Is there a paperwork or can I check out the daycare? No. Why can't I check out the daycare?
It's not here.
Okay, but if...
Okay. No paperwork, no signage, no pamphlets. Can't schedule an appointment. Can't discuss it. The manager's not present. Can I be able to call back at a forward number? Can I be able to reschedule at another time?
If I can get paperwork or anything to submit my son little Joey to come in here to daycare? We'd really like to put Joey in this daycare. We've heard great things.
Business card?
No, I would like your business card, actually.
You talk to your manager.
Okay, can I speak with somebody? Where are the children at? Are there children here today?
No.
No children?
Yeah.
Why are there no children?
They're two athletics today.
Would my son little Joey have friends to play with here?
No.
No. No friends for little Joey?
Yes.
I mean, if she's saying would there be people who would make friends with your child, you could be literally just asking, like, are there going to be children that look like you, white man, compared to all these potential people who could be here from migrants and Somalis and other ethnicities? Plausible deniability, but, you know, argumentation is argumentation. This is probably the furthest that he'll probably get, but who knows? Let's keep going!
Dang it. Well, have a great rest of your day. So, little Joey would not be accepted to that daycare?
Joey's still homeless.
Joey's still looking for daycare.
And because little Joey couldn't get into a daycare, we went to an autism center, as they have been popping up everywhere as a rise of autism has occurred here in Minnesota because of the government funds that they're receiving. I tried to check my son Joey into an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him in the autism center because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I can't give you a number now.
Like more than 5?
Probably. Yeah.
Probably, so you don't really know?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here? What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up?
I can't answer.
What news? Are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here because there's.
So why are you asking us about
the fraud? Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a Joey spot. But that's our number.
This is not a Joey spot. This is not a Joey spot, bro. This is a beef and chicken. This is a glass noodle and bouillon center. You can get some beef and noodle and broth. If little Joey can be able to sling some oil, he might be able to take an order, bro.
We can't let you guys use it.
Okay, thank you. So once again, little Joey, he can't even go to daycare, and now they won't even accept him if he has autism.
And again, no kids. Couldn't tell you how many kids they serve.
After being able to provide no...
Well, let's be honest. Can they tell you if there are children present in the building, assuming that you are presenting yourself as you are? Probably not. Is it possible that if you were to approach without the cameras and just with a listening device, that it might be possible for you, with a less obvious camera, that you could walk up to the building and ask about basic things that a parent would want? Again, asking for a pamphlet, asking to schedule a tour, asking to speak to a manager of some type about the operations of the business, to have a over-the-phone interview. Then visiting the place in person as a part of your desire to take in the child. Any of this shit, whatsoever. Like, any at all. Even to the point of even employing a fucking child actress. If you could find one.
No evidence of them actually being an autism center in a place where a child could go. They shut the door and we headed to the next fraudulent daycare center that was just around the corner.
We're on to the next location. We're still trying to find little Joey a place to go get some daycare.
So where we're going now is a place called Super Kids Daycare Center. Interestingly, this daycare center was shut down when it was called Creative Minds Daycare, and it had received $2.45 million this fiscal year 2025. They had to shut down because there were so many violations, and they went and they just reopened under a new license, and they renamed the center Super Kids Daycare Center LLC.
So they got shut down, then started another one.
Literally the next day.
Creative Minds Daycare, $2.45 million got sent to this daycare center. We have empty parking lot. We do have a bus here. This is different. We'll see if we see anybody.
I knocked on the door.
That looks like it's a converted kitchen. This storefront right here, this looks like it is converted business from a fast food business. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't feel like I am. I've seen some pretty run-down hood chicken stores. I've seen some pretty run-down pavilion marts. I got one literally around the corner from my house for Indian cuisine. That looks like a converted one inside of a city block in the inner city. Let's find out.
Empty parking lot. We do have a bus here. This is different. We'll see if we see anybody.
I knocked on the door. Absolutely nobody was inside, and once again, no children could be heard anywhere.
So David, once again, another...
But at least these ones weren't blacked out.
Child daycare center. We have a bus out here. No one's inside. Licensed for over 50 kids. No children anywhere. But yet, millions of dollars every single year.
So the sign says Creative Minds Daycare. They got in so much trouble. They had so many violations that they had to shut down, and they reopened the next day under Super Kids Daycare Center. You see?
So here's my question. Why do you have him repeating this in every single part when you're explaining this on the way to the business? Did you have him record all of this, hoping that you needed to get redundancies? Was that what happened? Because it feels like you're trying to browbeat it into us.
3801 Portland, 3801 Portland, which is where we are.
So that's fraud right there alone.
Millions and millions of dollars, and again, the kids are missing. Where are the kids?
You'd think if they had the same address, that whoever's inside, or working at the Capitol here inside of Minnesota, would just say, oh, maybe that's a red flag.
They just write the check. Human Services, they got to clean out the whole bunch. They're the ones who enabled this fraud. How can you not look and say, wait a minute, these two are registered at the same address?
On top of all of the child care centers, that's just only a small piece of the fraud. What other fraud are they committing here in Minnesota?
So another major piece of the fraud is the home health care industry. Where we're going
Yep. My territory.
now is a building that has 14 Somali-owned home health care companies in the same building.
14 of the same healthcare companies in one building.
14 home health care companies with different names in the same building.
How bad has Tim Walz managed the budget here inside Minnesota?
So the last biennium, we had an $18 billion surplus. This biennium, we have a $6 billion deficit. That's a $24 billion swing in one biennium. How in the world can you burn through $24 billion in 2 years? This is how, right here.
Biennium. That's word. Today I learned.
This is a huge part of it.
And so would you say a lot of that is fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Absolutely. I would say better than 90% of it is absolute outright fraud.
And a large percentage of this fraud is from these healthcare companies that are charging the state millions of dollars while they actually aren't providing anything. In fact, the FBI just did a raid a few days ago on a building similar to the one we were about to enter. Inside of this building, there were 14 of nearly the exact same businesses offering the exact same services.
Right here, you have a list of all of the healthcare companies. Loads of them right here. We want healthcare. Yes, we'd like to speak about getting healthcare here?
No.
Why can't I get healthcare here?
No, wait.
Warning, you are under video surveillance. No trespassing, security, armed. This is the strangest place I've ever been to get healthcare. Just a bunch of different places. Healthcare here, healthcare right here, another healthcare company right here. There are 3 healthcare companies inside of this building right here in this room of 7C. Now we have another Helping Hands, Home Care LLC, another healthcare company. Present Help right here. We're looking for the best rates of healthcare here inside this building because we have so many options. Who can we talk about getting the best healthcare?
I don't know.
No?
Sorry.
All right. We will not get any healthcare here. David, this is one of the stranger places I've ever been. Literally, healthcare every door you go to, yet nobody will give you a rate. How much money do you think's been funneled through this building?
Every year, I would say 50 to 60 million at least.
And finally, we were accepted into one of the daycare centers and they actually took down information to give us a rate. However, when we left, we were then met with the police.
We received a complaint that someone mentioned your description were in this building harassing the individuals who stay here.
Oh, we're checking out the rates for healthcare. Because there's 14 healthcare companies inside this building, so.
Well, that's not what he said. He said there's 14 companies here, and he's trying to assume because they're Somali providers, everyone here is fraudulent.
Okay. So
he's here with some kind of like propaganda.
No, we're just checking.
No, this is a area that we're allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance. Is there any other reason you guys are here?
Well, we were checking rates.
No, he's not.
We were checking rates. We asked for rates.
No, you're not.
Okay. I'm gonna have, if you guys are all good, we're gonna step outside and we can continue this conversation.
All right, let's leave. So, all right, we're getting escorted out right now. The police have arrived. We're checking out the rates, seeing what was happening inside this building. No one really.
Okay. I find it interesting that you don't show that you actually were able to get some rates and you were actually able to see some plans. Let's look at that real quick.
60 million at least.
And finally, we were accepted into one of the
So, what can I see from what we have here? I can see services of...
How much money do you think's been funneled through this building?
Every year, I would say 50 to 60 million at least.
And finally, we are...
I can see the necessary posted security material that you have to post in most businesses. We've got some memorabilia. We've got some postages. Basic thing about washing your hands. What I can only assume is black tinted blackout windows from the inside for the outside. Actual counters.
Accepted into one of the daycare centers in the...
More signages, more posters for children. What should be healthcare business plans, 3 of them. Some for Medicaid, some for private healthcare, some for governmental aid. The normal kind of thing you should be able to expect at any fucking point in time. If you wanted to go into any business that could offer you anything, they would have these here for reference. Some would put them up front, some would have them as a part of the business. If you've ever been in an office for something like for Piedmont or whatever applicable healthcare provider you have in your state, if you are an American, comparable if you are from outside of America. I'm not sure what you could be able to compare it to, but I'm sure you have some relative ideals that you could get it across state lines for.
Actually took down information to give us a rate. However, when we left, we...
So, here you've got weekend sign-in sheets. So, if these aren't the medical plans, then these are sign-in sheets to show who's doing what. So, this is the only time you've been able to see a business that actually has this posted up front. It looks legit, but since you have people stalking you, it would be hard for you to follow up on this. If you were to do this as a year-long investigation, you could have been able to get better examples of this. Blur out anything that you need to blur out, as he's obviously blurring this out. Get better view of this shit so you can actually see what it says on it, what's written inside of it.
We were then met with the police.
We received a complaint that someone mentioned your description were in this building harassing the individuals who stay here.
Oh, we're checking out the rates for healthcare. Because there's 14 healthcare companies inside this building, so. Okay.
Well, that's not what he said. He said there's 14 companies here, and he's trying to assume because they're Somali providers, everyone here is fraudulent.
Okay. So
he's here with some kind of like propaganda.
No, we're just checking.
No, this is a.
Who would this person be, and why are they walking up to a open investigation? This would be a person that would be from one of the businesses that would have came through to try and make sure that they could not been investigate this. You would pull that person aside. Also, who's this person? Pull that woman away. Pull the rest of them away to have a conversation and break down what's being said. If anything, you just be like, okay, please don't harass the businesses. Leave the property. Da-da-da-da-da. Whatever.
Area that we're allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance. Is there any other reason you guys are here?
Well, we were checking rates.
No, we
We were checking rates. We asked for rates.
Okay. I'm gonna have, if you guys are all good, we're gonna step outside and we can kind of...
All right, let's leave. So, all right, we're getting escorted out right now. The police have arrived. We were checking out the rates, seeing what was happening inside this building. No one would really speak with us. We did go inside the one daycare center, and she actually did give us rates for childcare. Much respect to that lady. What's the problem, officer?
Well, so again, we've been getting reports from multiple individuals that you guys were harassing individuals who work here. At the end of the day, this is private property, and it's one that people are allowed to ask you to leave, and it's also one the Minneapolis Police Department is allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance at this address.
Yeah.
So as we got escorted out of this building, the Somalis filmed us as we left, and we headed over to the next building that had 22 of the same home health care providers operating from inside of the building.
Right here you have multicultural home care. And right here it says it's open, but can't even get in. Another Reliance Recovery Center.
Did you just try to open a door that wasn't the fucking door? Did you unironically just try to open the wrong door to get into the business? Please tell me that that was a window.
You have
filmed us as we left, and we headed over to the next building that had 22 of the same home health care providers operating from inside of the building.
Right here you have multicultural home care. And right here it says it's open, but can't even get in.
Okay, so that is the door. Window, stuff posted in a window, solid door, security door. Okay.
Another Reliance Recovery Center. Mercy and Grace Care, Inc. Right here you have Denden Eritrean Youth Development Association of Minnesota. Another child care center. Welcome to Bright Beginning Center. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Sorry.
No comments. Can I please?
Right here, you have Serenity Quality Care. All of these businesses are literally the same type of business, providing the same service in the same building. Another Convenience Home Healthcare, Aid, Inc., and Child-Friendly Space. All these companies get money from the government. Why would you have the same company, essentially, inside of the same building, door to door? Right here.
I mean, again, we can continue to ask you some basic questions. Why are you choosing to advertise the fact that you are investigating with a giant fucking camera, revealing what it is you're trying to investigate? Why not be a little bit more covert, so that you can get the work done?
Home Healthcare. It just does not make sense. If you're trying to operate a business, you'd want to have less competition. But here, they have all their competition right next door. We're wondering, because we hear there's lots of fraud taking place here in Minnesota, and we're wondering, why is there so many of the same companies inside of this same building?
No, I don't know that.
What do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't have any idea about that fraud, okay? That's it.
What do you think about the news articles and what's being spread on the news about the fraud?
Right now, you are doing something wrong.
I'm just asking you.
No, you
about
don't
the
have to
fraud.
ask me. Don't ask me that question again.
Okay. Who can I speak to? Who can I speak to? Okay, as soon as you confront about the fraud, they get angry. When these people have these home healthcare companies, you're seeing them everywhere inside this building. What kind of fraud are they committing?
So there's false documentation being submitted to the state of Minnesota for services never provided. They're having forms signed in advance for services that were then never rendered. As far as a year or 2 years in advance, they'll have someone sign these forms at one sitting, and then they just file those with the state of Minnesota, and nobody from the state of Minnesota bothers to check that those services were ever provided.
So they're essentially just using people saying that they have these services provided months or even years ago, then filing the paperwork and then receiving money from the government.
Right, and the Somali community is a very closed community, so everybody's in on it, and they don't want to talk, as you can see.
And for this building, I'm going to give an estimate of around $30 million for how much fraud is taking place. That is a very low estimate. However, still a lot of money in fraud. And do you think there is fraud taking place here?
I don't know. Yeah.
Do you have any idea what any of these businesses are doing?
I never asked.
And now, with upwards of $100 million in fraud, we'll be headed to one more daycare. And this one gets a little spicy as we get chased out at the very end. And after this, we'll be heading to the state capitol to confront the incompetent government leaders who have enabled this fraud to happen.
And I knew this video was going to be super dangerous to film because of obviously how hostile it is and as we are exposing legit fraud happening. I did get security for this video, and I was able to do it through the Black Line Guardian. And if you guys want to help fund my security in the future, you can go down to the link down below. They're not paying me to say any of this. They came and decided to help me out for this video. So you can go to Black Line Guardian, the link down below, and click Guardian for Nick, and those funds.
Why was that not announced at the beginning? Huh? Black Line Guardian Fund. Black Line Guardian Fund exists to extend protection to individuals and institutions facing federal requests but lacking financial means, secure professional protective services. Through the Guardian Fund, Black Line supports churches, schools, faith leaders, and community organizations operating in elevated risk environments by helping fund mission-grade protection, security readiness, and threat mitigation support. The initiative reflects Black Line's commitment to protecting those who serve and lead our communities, especially when safety is non-negotiable and resources are limited. Pretty fair. Still, why didn't you list that at the beginning of the video?
Will directly go to my security and future videos as we are exposing lots of things happening, especially with this fraud. Like I said, they're not sponsoring the video. I'm just giving them a shout out because of how they helped me. So go down below.
But you are in fact sponsoring them because you're giving them a shout out and saying they helped fund this operation. I was protected by Black Line. We are in the business of lying!
Click Guardian for Nick, and let's keep going. And now we're going to the next location.
Now, this child daycare center, this one's different than all the other ones we've been to. Tell us about this one.
This one is different because, according to the state of Minnesota, this 312 West Lake Street houses not one, not two, but three child care centers and is licensed to hold 102 children, and in fiscal year 2025 was paid $2.66 million by the state of Minnesota.
And this is the building right here. So this building alone made $2.6
Across from the Popeyes? Nigga, damn. That business should be booming. Son, you can have Popeyes every single day, however you want, right next to the graffiti left behind by the urban youths of our environment. What cultural enrichment! Joking, jokes, joking.
$1 million. Let's see if anybody's inside. Now we're inside of the building where there's apparently 4 child care centers. We met this lady and we followed her to the back of the building where the daycare was supposedly at. So right here we have 2 child daycare centers. We have the Minnesota Child Care Center, and then we also have Nuna. Between the two, $2.66 million. Hello. Hi.
Why are you flooding?
Yes. We would like to know.
Well, it says we're trying to figure out 102 children. Is that for this facility?
What is the name?
It's from the state of Minnesota website. It says you have 102 children here in your child care.
Which child care name is all of
Minnesota Child Care right here. It's from the state of Minnesota's website. We're just wondering where the children are.
Where are the children are?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got 2.66.
Well, they certainly paid somebody to decorate on the inside. But unless you can actually show what the facility looks like, no ability to be able to investigate whatsoever.
$1 million this year in funding, and $2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
And which department?
Oh, we are from ourselves.
Yeah.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
Door slammed.
Look at that. Shut us down.
Door
Where are
blocked.
the children at? No children inside of this daycare center. And look at this daycare center right here. No children inside of this daycare center. But between those buildings, over $2.6 million. We were just curious, where are the children at? Do you know where the children are at? Where are the children at in these daycare centers?
I don't care.
How come these childcare centers have no children? There's $2.6 million inside these businesses that were given by the government, but there's no children to be seen anywhere. People deserve to know where their taxes are going. If these companies and these daycare centers are making upwards of $2.6 million and there's no children to be seen anywhere, something fraudulent is happening. And that is not make you racist, Islamophobic. This is just the truth of what's happening here in Minnesota. If there's a bunch of white people doing the same thing, we'd be talking about the same issue. This is just fraud at unprecedented levels here inside Minnesota. It's actually very concerning. Where are the children at inside of these buildings? They're nowhere to be seen. Millions of dollars are being sent into these daycare centers all across Minnesota, and there's not a child to be seen anywhere. Here's another daycare center inside the same building.
We don't want you to be videotaping anything.
Where is all the money going for if there's no children at these daycare centers?
Sir.
Yes.
I told you, please leave.
Yes, we have a question though. Where is the children at these daycare centers if there's millions of dollars?
Ask the local government, yeah.
Oh, we've asked. We have the paper here. So we're wondering where the money and where the children are at. No, we have the paper right here. Come here.
Who are you first?
My name's Nick Shirley.
You don't have any permission to record me, period.
Can we talk outside?
You don't have permission to record.
She doesn't either have, she doesn't have permission to record me?
No, you cannot stop people on the street and question them.
We can ask.
You don't have any permission.
Where are the children?
Is Minnesota a first or a second right state? First party recording state. Telephone call recording, one party consent. One party recording. Germany, India, Italy, blah 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 blah, United Kingdom, blah 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 blah, United States, Massachusetts, Michigan. So two party consent, one party consent. No. Michigan. One party consent state if the recording party is a participant of the conversation. So Nick Shirley has the ability to record this conversation just as much as he does and anyone else does, but they're claiming that they can't do it. Interesting.
You don't have any permission. We have nothing to do with this.
Okay. Then are there
so leave. Please leave.
Are there children here?
Please leave.
Where are the children? $2.6 million for a daycare center.
You ask whoever you think is doing that. You don't know what you're talking about. So leave.
Tell us what's happening here then.
I said leave.
We're wondering what's happening.
We are not a childcare. We have nothing to do with it. We're common people walking. And
yes.
You are,
we're not accusing you. We're asking where the children are at.
Don't ask me anything.
We're not accusing you. We're asking the daycare center.
I'm not going to answer. You have.
Where are the children at?
Leave.
We just want to know where are the children.
Who you work for?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Who you work for?
I work for myself, Nick Shirley.
Okay, what are you recording?
We're wondering where are the children? $2.66 million for
You're not talking
the Minnesota Child Care Center.
You're not talking to the right person.
Are there children that come here? Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside the building. That's just a simple question. Where are the children at? David, they won't even answer. We asked him. Where are the children? Do children come here?
This is why I've had my life. I've been attacked twice. Once with a knife, and the other time I was jumped last Saturday by 3 Somali men simply for asking questions about what was going on. And they're very, very violent people. They do not like this fraud to be exposed.
After giving this man plenty of opportunities to answer the simple question, where are the children, he called the cops on us and we headed to the state capitol where they're having a meeting about the fraud to confront the state representatives and people in the government who have enabled and let this fraud happen. Inside of this committee, a Republican representative showed charts showing exactly how this fraud has been committed and who is profiting and connecting all the dots. And while the Democrat representatives looked into the abyss, one of them spoke about how none of this is building trust and how this is a nonpartisan issue, so I went and confronted her after that.
He has some very valid questions to ask about what's going on here in Minnesota. And do you think this fraud crosses... My name's Nick Shirley. Do you think this fraud is Republican or Democrat or just facts that fraud is happening? Because that's what I heard you talking about.
I know what I said is that
because
we're talking
we want to build trust, but fraud is fraud, so why should we be enabling fraud to happen here?
No, I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
Okay, sir.
No.
Sir.
When are you going to hold Governor Walz accountable?
No, I don't think that's the same guy. No, I don't think that's the same guy that was part of Project Veritas when, our good old friend, not friend of the channel, Mark PA, ended up getting his favorite Latina, big booty Latina, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, asked questions. No, I don't think that is. However, very interesting. I'd like to know what group that guy's with.
No. She is a representative for the state of Minnesota. Yes or no?
Excuse me?
Yes. Are you?
If you're going to talk to me like
are
that...
you the state? I'm a disability advocate.
I heard you, and
get
we've got a chance
overstimulated.
to testify.
No, ma'am.
I'm out. I'm a disability advocate. I easily get overstimulated.
The facts are the fact that fraud is happening here, and it's not a nonpartisan issue. How come you think fraud has been able to happen so much underneath
I think if you've been listening to our hearings, we've had now 10 hearings on this, and so there's really good data from the people who both work within the administration as well as who both Democrat and Republicans. I think what you heard today is that the Republicans who control this committee are not actually interested in solving fraud. What they're interested in is telling a story.
This fraud has happened underneath Democrat leader Tim Walz.
There has been Medicaid fraud across the country under Democrats and Republicans. There's fraud within the Trump administration. We have is fraud. Public-private providers have made government a mark, and so every person running government, Democrats or Republicans, are dealing with the issue of how to keep fraudsters out of our public payment. We're also dealing with veterans. We're dealing with consumers. I hope you're looking at that. If you look at United Health, currently is being charged with defrauding Medicare. You know who runs Medicare? President Trump. Medicaid fraud is a 50-state issue, and so again, it is not a partisan issue. There are Democrats and Republicans who are sitting in that committee talking about it. But what you did here was the Republican chair say she's not turning information over to the one person in government who can stop payment, and I hope you print that. Thank you for coming today.
But it wouldn't be at the fault of President Trump. This is a state issue. It would start with the states. Why would the Fed need to have the one to be the one that creates the power to solve the problem at the level of the state? If it was a local issue, then they would be at the hand of the state as well. So local township, local place, reports to state government. State government does not report to Fed and then finally get permission to do their job. You elect the people that then do the fucking job. Even if you want to say, well, this is a very poor investigation, I don't think he did a lot of work to show the ins and outs that even a public viewer could have, I would be very annoyed that you presented this and then said, look guys, look. But at the same time, how are you going to be a person who's sitting on this official... What is your name, ma'am? How are you going to be a person sitting on this official board and saying, it's Trump's fault? So you're going to kick the can down the road? Then what happens when it's potentially Vance or whoever fucking else gets elected for president? You're gonna kick the can down the road again and say that it's his fault? It's their responsibility? Sounds like somebody needs to be primaried.
Okay.
Crazy.
Well,
and these politicians are just walking off, thinking it's okay Tuesday, and they want to go visit the Trump. They want to blame the Trump administration. We have Democrats blaming.
I love this man's energy. However, who are you? Why does nobody have names?
I'm tired. My people are suffering. I'm scared for my little brother. My people are suffering, and these people just walk off. We have a governor who fucking doesn't care. How many more people are gonna freaking die? How many more people are gonna go homeless? And how many more people are gonna be trafficked in our freaking system?
Man, if only we could be able to talk to this guy and get his name and be able to find out what he knows. Investigation. This is as much an investigation as that YouTuber who did investigations on the furry crowd so he could ingratiate himself to get into a gay sex party. I'm sorry. That's what it feels like to me. I know it's the big popular thing. Everyone's talking about. It feels like he didn't put in that much effort. I have a 1 million sub channel. I'm going to go record this video and go pick up free 2.6 million views. It's going to become topical, bro. I put in not that much work. Didn't require much. Didn't have to risk much. Didn't seem like I risked much. But hey, I'm just a smaller streamer. I don't know what I'm talking about. Pain! Certainly, if you have to get into journalism, I think you should have to do a little bit more than just point a camera at the issue. But then again, that's not in the spirit of how things work. But I guess the argument will read itself. However, what time is it? 6 something? 7 something? 7:50. About to be 8. I have 3 more videos on my handle, but we'll look at those tomorrow. It is time for me to become a vegetable and play video games. So I will see you next Tuesday, which is to say tomorrow. Because if boredom can win, and it will, I will be here to butter your biscuit every day at 5 o'clock. Goodbye, chat. Thank you, everyone who has been watching. Thank you, Axel Crusher, for your dono. Thank you, everyone who has supported me over the years. I will probably try to put something together for New Year's. I will announce it inside the server If you're not already a member of the server, become a member of the server. Get engaged with your levels of Carl. Subscribe for your entertainment. And I will see you all tomorrow. Shabbat Shalom. Goodbye. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Adieu. To you. To you. And you. And you. And your mother.